Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to UPL. We currently find ourselves in the spring season, our first round of qualifiers. This is technically day 2, the 4th game. My name is Chief Cass. A longtime friend is going to be joining me, coming all the way over from a different CL sphere, Mr. Blue Panda. My friend, hello.
It's good to be here. Good to get some more Siege under the belt. You always love a game of Rainbow Six Siege here in the morning in New Zealand, obviously. So it's the right way to start your day, Chief. We're coming into this. We got some big names in our first matchup. Some ones that should be known and probably a little bit feared in the competitive sphere.
Oh, if you're in North America and you haven't heard of Arial and Team Mystic, the two rosters that are playing today, you clearly live in a dark hole and cave. These are some of the best teams, as you're highlighting, across T2 as well as in T3. They have made a name for themselves. They have been victorious in just about every league that they play in. And when you have two Titan rosters going together in the mid part of a qualifier where both these rosters are trying to move through undefeated, well, one of them will continue on that path, being undefeated. Sadly, one of them will take an L, at least in round 4.
Yeah, look, they're two incredibly capable teams. There's any number of possibilities that could eventuate from this matchup, Chief, but the biggest determinant of what will happen is obviously the map ban. So why don't we chuck that up? We'll see where the teams are going to be heading today, because that could determine how one-sided or even this matchup is. And, well, we'll just get that up so we can see where we're going. And then, look, well, there we go. Map bans are on your screen. We'll figure out where these teams are heading, what they're taking away off the board. Look, there's been a lot of talk about current map pools and changes that have been made. Do we see something spicy? Well, Oregon banned off the bat. At least we're not going to be going back to Borregon.
Well, Billy, you're talking about some spicy maps. Theme park, sadly, to at least a lot of North Americans, it has gone away. It is no longer in the competitive pool. Chalet has entered. And in different qualifiers, we've seen Chalet be this dark horse of a map where a really competent roster, Slaughterhouse Bravo comes to mind, being one of the best teams participating in qualifier, get absolutely slaughtered on this map simply because they haven't dry run it. They haven't scrimmed it. And so far, Chalet, it is still available. There's 2 maps left. Chalet being one of them. Cafe will be banned. The new map is in play. Hello, Chalet.
It's an interesting one for sure. It was taken out of the competitive map pool, like you were saying, and it hasn't seen a huge amount of play in a number of. I mean, ANZ Challenger League, we haven't seen it once, so it's been Oregon and Clubhouse for the main run, but it's going to be good to see it coming in through here. A lot of verticality in this map, a lot of horizontal play as well. It is a pretty compressed map on the whole. It's probably one of the smaller ones in the competitive map pool. So teams are going to have to be very, very innovative. They're going to have to very much deal with those deep roamers that you're going to be seeing on the defense. And, well, operator bans are another thing that is going to determine how this one plays out.
And I've really only seen one sample of this map. That was the first day of the EUL. I believe it was Train Hard versus Navi. And I was perplexed to say that we never saw Basement be played. And if you play this game at, like a low ELO, like Plat 3 or something, Chalet, everyone goes to the first bomb site downstairs in the basement. So being a keyboard warrior, I was perplexed not to see the basement. And speaking of the ban phase, we've also seen some unique things roll on through. We've seen a lot of zeros be banned as well as Bucks. You're talking about that vertical play. Well, Buck makes sense in that aspect because he can remove all of those floors, and just about every single floor on this map is wooden.
Yeah, you had the opportunity to talk to a number of high-level players and coaches, and they all seem to agree that basement is probably the weakest bomb site on this map. There are just far better options, and there we go. The other side of the attacking coin, it is Thatcher to be banned away. The poor Brit himself going to be off the board. Defending bans, though, this is where things start to get interesting. What do we see teams ban away? We could see the likes of Malusi, Valkyrie, Cade, Mira even being taken. And Valkyrie, there we go.
Bomb site. But in comparison, the basement, well, the attackers essentially get free map control. That is going to be that or not that's a Maverick, or just even bringing out a Cali and band and opening it up. Now shoot people off at a distance. Gets far too aggressive. The opening duel in Faves, you just take those all the way to the bank. But returning back to Mirror first, if Mirror's in play, you go straight to Apex position over between that.
One back, the tap falls to Whitlock as well. And all of a sudden, Arial Arise find themselves with only 2 players remaining. Chief, Mystic, they're coming in swinging hard.
This is exactly what the small sample sizes we have of this map are. The attackers, they can get map control relatively swiftly, and as soon as they apply pressure, very similar to what we would see games at, you set yourself up in a 360-degree crossfire, you can apply a lot of pressure from outside the map, and the defense will start to crumble one by one. Also going to be joining his fellow teammates dead in the field. That's just going to be Dami, out against 4. He's isolated over in the gaming room hallway, looking at the westmost stairwell as everybody for Mystic floods into the bomb site, starts to plant the bomb, and Gunner is going to go solo drop for the fireplace hallway, taking on that duel with those yellow pings. And just like that, our first ever cast of UPL, at least in the spring season, is going to be a round victory for Mystic.
Yeah, they're very much at the end. It was Domi asking the question, guys, where'd you go? He was stuck over my kitchen. Yeah, look, it was just Mystic. They played their game. They got him very well. Gunner with that angle. I've seen it a few times now. Teams still not respecting that position. Mezzanine is not nearly as safe as a lot of teams think. Positioning is so key in defending the verticality of Byron Gaming. We are going to see them head back. Axe, you got to hope he doesn't get caught out a second time around, because that pick blew the map wide open for Mystic.
And again, we're alluding to Villa. That's exactly how you would execute on Villa. And a talking point I make on so many casts is analyzing yourself and learning from your mistakes. And why that becomes important is when new maps are implemented. Well, that's not the only reason, but there's a plethora of reasons why it's important. In this instant, this is why it's helpful. Because you learn a lesson from Villa, you reverse engineer it, you apply it to a brand new map, and here on Chalet, if you've already learned that lesson, you can hopefully learn it for your defense in the appropriate manner. And the same thing can be said with Plains and Games defenses on Villa. If you just put all of your eggs in one basket, for example, just holding upstairs in library, well, you can see that Team Mystic, they get map control for free. They set up all their control over to the north, and they start to remove those fixed positions one by one. Now, it's fair to say that Arial Rise did have an oopsie. They got a little bit too aggressive with the spawn peak, but still, they need to have a strategy moving forward where they're delaying time, because Mystic is allowed to get map control far too easily. Maybe that's bringing out a mute or a Mozzie to snipe away our drone, or maybe at minimum somebody up towards the north side of the map just to take a drone or 2 and then fall back to the library.
Yeah, in 30 seconds, the player's already in the building, looking to continue. Playing by West Main Stairs. Goes back down to the treatment space. Gunner finds the opening kill onto Axe. Oh, no! No way! That's the same angle! He pulls it off twice in a row!
That's an unfortunate set of circumstances. Now, to Arial Rise's credit, they're doing exactly what I told them to do. Og is roaming over to the north. He took some engagement. He sniped away some drones, and he's wasted time. Unfortunately, Axe didn't quite read the memo. Maybe they need to be printing these PDFs and sending it to everybody through a different medium, because Axe, he never really learned from his mistakes, and that's the problem with a new map. You haven't mastered all of these lines of science, and maybe this is an opportunity to go back to basics. If you're, coaching like a T7 roster, the first thing that you ever do with them is you do a map teardown, which means you remove every single wooden billboard, and that way you can learn new angles of the map. Here's an opportunity for 2 extremely high-level teams to maybe go back to basic and relearn these angles, because Axe has clearly died to the same one twice.
Yeah, and now begins to be the question, how much prep work has come into this map? Is it just happenstance? Domi just pulls off the mezzanine angle a second too late, goes down the stairs, and that falls to Felt Winner as well. Pushing in, covering the bases, and now they have that opportunity to get vertical control upstairs. They can now start to pressure onto Gaming itself. And this is a big swing into Solari. Catch them from behind. Domi just escaping with his life. Gunner almost tearing down another player here from this unfortunate Arial Arise roster. You see it all through Piano. Looking to rotate in from behind. Woods falls. Young Alec. Domi finds the counter. It was a bit whiffy, but it was clean in the end. Oh no. Again, Felt Winner looking the wrong way. It has been the case for a number of these picks. Org does some big damage in this round. Can he finalize the frag? No, it's Domi to fall to Gunner again. Orc has the mirror window, but that is about it. Not much else.
15
Not
seconds
much else
left.
left to keep him in this. And Chief, I think this might be Mystic picking up yet
10
another.
seconds remaining.
There's a possibility of that, but you can never write on forced to
5
deal
seconds
with
left.
this diffuser that was being planted temporarily by Mystic, but Rexavy is going to now relocate. Og does have the option of taking this gun from above and stopping that
Attackers are
diffuser
activated.
plan. He will miss it entirely, and Rexavy getting off that plan will shut down Og through that hatch. Another strong victory for Team Mystic. And it seems like, you know, both these rosters, they have an understanding of how, at least in theory, Chalet should be playing. But right now on attack, Mystic is showing that next level forethought. And honestly, I can't necessarily blame them, but I will say, Arial Rise, they had an extremely smart play, flanking back up those north stairs through Solar. However, maybe it should have come a little bit sooner. That damage could have been a little bit stronger. And also, going back to Villa once again, I'm going to be drawing parallels to this map along. You have to learn where to place those flank drones and those air jabs. That will unfortunately only come with time, and the only way it really will be implemented is when you get shot in your back a lot.
Attackers
Yeah,
need
we
to
are going to
locate
change
and
things up.
defuse
It's good to see,
bombs.
though, the Arial Rise. They changed the bomb site. We're not going to be heading back to bar gaming a third time in a row. Just not working for them. Master and Office. This one is, it's like a, oh, excuse me. Sorry, I was casting last night and went pretty hard, but the voice is struggling at the moment. It is a pretty strong bomb site, honestly. The way you can set it up, the tools that you have available for you as a defender, it makes it an incredibly strong site to hold. Verticality does come into effect here. We're not going to see the button just yet. I don't think Mystic have read into this bomb site. I think they may have read into kitchen dining. But the way that they're approaching this map, the way they are executing here, it's very clean, very coordinated, and Arial Rise, despite their best efforts. And I think Dommy's just lost a few brain cells after those first few rounds. He's shooting the windows, he's seeing enemies everywhere, and unfortunately they're not there.
So why that seems like he just, you know, had the voice in the back of his head telling him to go crazy. There actually is a strategy. When you break the glass on a window, you can hear the repels, you can hear the rotations through, I guess, the
Chief,
roof.
the window only requires one bullet. There was 12 that went
Well,
into that window.
some people don't like windows, Billy. You know, windows can be quite scary. You can sometimes see a reflection, which is always scary when you see that. And also, you can see the outside world. You can see other humans walking by. And Billy, let's be real. We're all gamers here, and we're petrified of other humans.
Yeah, look, another notorious window hater was old Nixon. He didn't like windows either, but that's a different story. Coming in round 3, Dommy finds the opener. Gunner finally falling here in this Chalet map. Dommy down below. He's on a bit of a tear, on a bit of a roam. Has been finding 3 of the 4 frags that Arial Rise currently have. Who, the boys are struggling. Arial Rise, they did come in. They have had a couple of roster swaps as of late. So maybe it is a case of they're not quite gelling in the way that they want to be. I would imagine Mystic feeling a little bit of that as well. But obviously, just the way that we see Mystic coming into this matchup, they are not pulling their punches whatsoever, and they are ripping raring to go to take this map for themselves.
You can see the X-Kairos on that southmost wall. They're currently being shot down by one of those mute jammers. We are highlighting before this map started, you have to go underneath to remove it. Fortunately, Mystic, they know that full too well. They have now opened up that wall, and now Rexavy will have an avenue to plant a bomb site. But Mystic, since they have 70 seconds still left on this clock, they're going to make sure that they do their due diligence, sitting those drones down range and re-identifying where members of Arial Rise is going, so that way they don't find themselves at the bad end of a nitro cell being whipped in their direction. Arial Rise will have 2 of that utility, and there goes Alec. Another kill in his favor as Adapt will fall.
Well, Whitlock, it's the ARX is going off. Unfortunately, young Alec will fall before he can find another one. Rexavy on the plant, currently fall off just at the last second. Nitro Cell is the reason, and unfortunately, it wasn't far enough away from it. Feltwinter will get the trade. Dommy to fall off the back of that one. It's a 2v2. Luckily, I mean, Whitlock's still alive. He can still use that Gemini to get information. Whoa! Finds the kill off the back of it as well, and Axe finds himself alone in Piano. Having fallen twice to Gunner in that mezzanine position, now he's playing Piano behind the deployable. No denial utility for him, just that 416 carbine in hand. Where will he go? He's going to swing in, head spotted by Feltwinter. And can he find it? Yes, he can. The man's name might be Felt Winter, but all Axe felt was his hands clapped him back, and, well, that's 3 on the run.
See, this is another problem for Arial Rise. I believe they're struggling to hold that map control because if you just sit in your bomb site, well, you're just going to die. And this is a problem when you see this game, or at least Chalet, be played in ranked. You know, everybody's flying around the map like an animal, or they're sitting in their bomb site, and either one of those options in ranked, the attackers just struggle to take the execute. The problem is we have gone away from ranked. We're in the cusp of 2 rosters that sit in.
Boy,
the
we're going there, Chief. We're going.
Yes, we
it's
are.
The basement.
You know, that's where most of us live, unfortunately, downstairs in the basement. So it's nice that all 10 players are, taking us there. But we need to see Arial Rise hold more of their map control. They need to set up strategies where they can hold it.
Would it surprise you, Chief, to know that basements aren't a big thing in New Zealand?
Well, I'm in Southern California, and we can't have basements either. Like, if you had an earthquake, the basement would, destroy the foundation of the house, and the house would just cave in on it. So, yeah, basements aren't a big deal here either. So, I can't fathom, having a basement. Whenever people talk about, living in a basement or having a basement, I just think of, a dungeon or something. Because, again, it's SoCal, it's the same thing with you. We don't experience them, man.
Yeah, I love it's a gamer stereotype. Oh, he lives in his mum's basement. The gamer stereotype should be, man, that guy probably has really thick curtains and drinks a lot of Mountain Dew.
Well, I mean, we can see both of our cameras in the background, and you can see that we both have very thick curtains for a reason. So I guess we fill the non-basement dweller stereotypes. Is it fair to call us
I mean, we're both bearded as well, so we're hitting the right mark. But speaking of hitting the right mark, Arial Rise has yet to do that. Dommy bringing up the cap can. I mean, there's a certain caster in ANZ who's known for this. His is special. Oh, Cthulhu. These are Russian as well, so I think it's just patriotism in action. And all players down in Arial Rise, just look at the way Mystic are marching through Chalet here. The way they take control, there's so much confidence. Feltwinter and Org will trade, so that confidence, well, maybe not justified, is still very effective.
What a suiting trade to have, and we always talk about the battle that is old as time, the Ash versus the Jaeger, the all-brain, at least in these 2 players' cases, as well as aim. Well, they're both going to bury themselves, but another barrel will be made, and you're highlighting the lovely Capcan. Well, Dami will also sadly not be able to live in round 4, but his Capcan charges throughout the map will be able to live unless they find themselves on the bad end of a bullet. Now, Thatcher is banned, so that means you won't be able to temporarily disable them, so you have to make sure you do your due diligence when checking those door frames. And even with high-level players, you're used to executing the map in a certain rhythm, and sometimes you don't get used to shooting those Capcan charges. A great trigger discipline play as that clone goes down range, but good frags back and forth between these 2 teams where Mystic will still maintain that man advantage.
And that tucked into the corner by the boiler, just if I don't move, he can't see me. But Willock had every idea. He just acted like he did it, gunned him down. The trade is there, luckily. Back at the very least. Souza, Woods, he's not in the safest of positions. The floor coming caving down above his head. They've got the angles opened up into 1 as well. Gunner, he's going to be looking to push down Fireplace stairs as well. Join up with the rest of the team. 2 defenders left, but very, very split. No chance at refrag play there. 1 in blue, 1 in wine itself, and it is that older. He's actually not even in one. He's in connector. Oh, Rexaby, don't swing a corner with a flashbang. Woods will find 1, but as well, Axe going down. So it is just the big Italian stallion himself. Spots the head, but can't click it. Mystic, 4 rounds in a row.
And we're saying, well, in T1 play, again, the samples we've seen, basement has never really been the best bomb site. I think this is Arial Rise attempting to grab at straws, where they're saying, we have experience playing this bomb site, again, stemming from our ranked plays, because we all know everyone at Arial Rise is a phenomenal ranked warrior. So we're going to try to take in with some of those skills that we have and see if we can't use that for success. Unfortunately, they won't have success. Now, I've also seen sample sizes of this map going attacker-sided, so we can't write Arial Rise off yet. This map is still being developed, and what we traditionally know as a scoreline, well, it can't necessarily apply yet to Chalet. We're just going to have to monitor every single game as it comes through till we have, a big pool of samples. Right now, though, it is going to be Kitchen that is coming out for Arial Rise. And the same mentality. We're going to have to see Mythic take this map in a coordinated manner. Judging with how they've been pushing map control so far, they're always pushing from the other side of the map. So it seems only fair to say that they're going to be clearing from the south side, either through that bar or through library. However, there's a large...
Chief,
sir?
Bottom left, what is in play currently for Adapt?
The scary lady.
No, for Adapt.
Oh,
what is he running?
Is he running it with an ACOG? No, sadly not.
It's Boss G time, boys! Look, oh no way! He's going for the bullet hole, spawn peak, ACOG, but if someone dies to this, they've just got to leave the server. No chance. If someone, I don't care if it's a spawn peak, if someone dies to the Boss G ACOG, they have to leave. Mystic will have to play the rest of the match 4v5.
Didn't it when we played Ring together, when you hopped on North American servers, didn't you die to the Boss G ACOG? How are you still able to cast Rainbow Six Siege now?
I play with the ACS 12 on Maestro when I play, so I may have died to the Boss G ACOG, but I kill people with the 2x scope ACS 12. So I have my own redemption in work, and I've killed 2 Pro League players. Oh no! No, Gunner! You can't let that happen!
Well, as you said, Billy, Gunner now has to alt F4 out of this series, and unfortunately, he'll be no longer able to participate in UPL qualifiers per the rulebook that we just made up 30 seconds ago. There goes Adapt, though, sadly. Blue Panda, no more ACOG kills for you.
Who cares if he died? He got a kill!
That is true. That is an accomplishment to make. I mean, the gun hits like a truck. It has an ACOG. And, it's a phenomenal weapon if you're hitting your shots. And everybody at the skill cap definitely can hit their shots, other than Dami right here, who's forced to go for his Nitro Cell. And will get shot in midair, forced to go to the Black Eyes pistol. That's good enough for him, adding a clutch of HP. As we all know, the Black Eyes pistols make you a god amongst men. And unfortunately, Whitlock is just the bigger god.
Oh my lord. You know what would have made this round even better? If it was ACS 12 Maestro as well. I love that gun. It's so good. As much as the older 5.56 is a bullet hose, a 32-round drum mag fully auto slug shotgun is just... That's just ruthless. Well, hey, look, they've at least got Org alive. Woods can potentially play off the back of it, but you're still looking down the barrel at Whitlock, Alec, and Rexavy, who... they're looking to team up on the vertical angles, but, I mean, there's only so much you can achieve in contesting this bomb site from above with one gunner and one shield player. I'd like to hold out hope that... no, never mind. Okay, I'm not holding out any hope. Org is alone. He is isolated. He's on the bomb site at least, but the SMG9... What? If he somehow wins this round, I will eat my hat.
I'm going to hold you to that. I want to see how you eat the head.
Oh, no!
2 kills! You're one step closer to the consuming headwear. The diffuser was planted on the ground, and Alec from above is going to take a lot of damage by that pocket F2 spraying through the wall. But Alec is going to go for the flashbang dump. He doesn't hear that Og is on the diffuser. Og's so close to being able to seal the deal, and he will be able to. Arial Rise will find their first round victory after a misplay from Mystic. Everything was going perfect, but the double kill spray was enough. Blue Panda is now forced to eat his hat.
Well, the good news is I don't own a hat, so... Well, that was the single dumbest round of Rainbow Six Siege I have ever witnessed. A Boss G ACOG opening frag, and then a 1v3 clutch from a Clash who stuck the defuse. Oh, Mystic, what is going on? That should not have been allowed at all, and I think Arial Rise is just going to be happy. Adapt, oh no, this is 100% going to be Boss G ACOG again coming out. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if this is the CQB shotgun coming out from Dummy.
I mean, let's be real, man. This is a qualifier, so these teams are just going to have fun. I mean, I think they both are pretty confident in themselves that they're qualifying, so they're not going to be showing, their full 2,020% effort strats. So, doesn't surprise me we're going to see Boss G ACOG, but Billy, hate to break it to you, Boss G ACOG, not on the pitch right now at all.
Okay, thank God.
In
Look.
play. You said thank God?
Look, I don't think there is any realm of possibility where we see Adapt pull off another frag with the Boss G ACOG. The K1A, it's just going to be doing more work.
It's his only kill, by the way.
Yeah, it's his only kill. Hey, it's still a kill. It's still a kill, and it's still onto Gunner as well.
Bomb
So
located by
you
attackers.
take those. At the
10
moment,
seconds left
they are
before
getting
insertion.
themselves set up down in the basement once again for the final round of the half. After
5 seconds remaining.
look, it was a round. There's not much more you can say about it.
Attackers are moving.
That
to
is
defuse the
a
bomb.
T2 level analyst right there. It was a round. Billy, 100% correct. And honestly, like, those are the rounds that you live for where you're just like, wow, that was awesome. It leaves you with a smile on your face because A, it was unpredictable. B,
No,
it
that
was fun.
That
and
was
it
not awesome. That was a mess.
Well, but misses could be awesome. Like that was just fun to witness. Like, how often you see a Clash be able to clutch a 1v3 by getting, you know, like a spray transfer kill. Like, it just doesn't happen. Clashes just don't have the lethality to do so. You know, an awkward mistake, as you're pointing out, and that's more than fair to say, but it's still fun to see, and obviously for a fan of Arial Rise, it's always going to be awesome. Og's gonna find himself in a kill. Adapt's not gonna be able to seal the deal, as he's always gonna find himself in a gunfight. Well, Winter losing a lot of HP, but forced to take on another duel as Dami was working up the stairwell, but that kerfuffle has gone away for now.
Well, with Dummy playing the team uniforms on the board means they're going to be a little bit more cohesive, a little bit more survivable in some of these gunfights. It definitely feels like Mystic aren't quite sure what to do in this situation. Org will be droned out. They see that the basement hallway is opened into wine. Sorry. He decides it's probably best to get some information before he commits to the push. Whitlock dead, joining him. Gunner convinced that there's someone upstairs. We'll pull back for the moment. Health bars a little bit less on the side of Mystic, so it is entirely possible that we see this go the way of a 4-2 split. Alec heads outside. Just look at them stacked up outside the wine. Whitlock can find an angle on the bomb site, and they can look to shut someone down coming in from connector or storage, whatever you want to call it. The Dom is playing around the corner, has that MP5 with the 2 times. Might be able to find something, or Org finds Ghana, but Dommy drops in response. It's a dangerous angle to be playing. He might have been able to find an X as well tagged, and there we go. Whitlock, he finds Woods anyway. I thought easily switched off. He was going to go down, and oh my lord, X coming in from behind. He finds 2. Whitlock and felt with a fall. Young Alec trades it back, and we're in a 1v1. Both players not very healthy, but it is Org. He wins it with the MP5. Oh my lord, that came far too close for comfort, I think, for Mystic.
Look at the 2 rounds we had, round 5 and round 6 compared to the first 4. It was a different Arial Rise that was in the lobby. It seemed like Arial Rise in the first 4 rounds are trying to play their strategies. After that, they decided, you know what, we're not going to bring out our textbook strats. They're just not working for us. You know what we're going to do instead? We're just going to take gunfights. And Arial Rise is a master of winning those duels. Mystic was unprepared to take a gunfight at every single twist and turn. It was almost like World War I, where you have to fight at every single meter that you take. That means you have to run out of your trench, scream, and take a gunfight. Mystic had to do that. If there was a door frame, Arial Rise was shooting you from the other side of it, and you can see the cost that it had on Mystic. Now, they would eventually take that man advantage, but still, they couldn't deal with those final trenches. And you can have as much of a man count as possible up, but when the whistle calls and you leave your trench, you're, well, set up for the crossfires. You're set up for the firing squads, and Mystic walks straight into them.
Look, all I can think of is that, you know, the reject humanity become a meme. They just went back to the swing. That's all that they needed to do, and they went in their gunfights, rely on the mechanical skill, and it's paying off for them. They're back at a 4-2. They were down 4-0. They got the final 2 rounds of the half, so they can actually translate that into a win here, given that Chalet, I mean, it's that shield position in Library Box. That Young Alec, he's doubling down on this position. He's like, no, you know, battle. He's just looking. He's saying
contrast between these 2 teams, right? And now Mystic has covered it, but we saw that Mystic, well, they weren't using those fixed positions. You know who was using those fixed positions? Members of Arial Rise. They used the entire defending setup against them. And that's just good situational awareness coming out by Arial Rise. And Mystic, while they still had control of that top floor, their entire strategy was designed to hold Library. They missed a few crucial aspects. The fact that the defenders weren't able to use those vertical holes against the attackers. They found themselves trying to shoot through a concrete wall, and that just didn't deliver them the success that they wanted. Now, we're going to see another change-up for Mystic. They're going to go to the same bomb site, but instead, Mira will not be in play this time.
Well, it does come down to strategy. If teams are not practicing with it, there's really no point in bringing it. And obviously, Mystic, they have a different idea in mind. It is, again, this library box hold coming out. Alec with the shield on the Frost. I don't think we saw it utilized too much in that last round. In fact, I don't think we saw it at all utilized. The Frost mats didn't really come into play. Young one beating some frags off the back of it. So the change has to come in some other avenue. Hopefully, we can see them find those frags. Because otherwise, they're one round away from equalizing.
Yeah, that's a dangerous place to be in, especially when you're up 4-0. But what we were saying at that 4-0 marker was the fact the small sample sizes we have of professional play, this map has been pretty attacker-sided. And that storyline, even dropping down here into UPL, seems to be that same case. Now, I will say Mystic's attack was a little bit more swift. They got map control in a faster manner, but that doesn't really matter. As long as you have enough time to go for your executes, and by enough time, that means 3 seconds, then you're just chilling on that entire execute. Now, Arial Rise, well, they're starting to read that checklist. They're sitting that utility down range. They're putting drones in appropriate places and coupling that with those air jabs, just to make sure members of Mystic don't decide to get particularly aggro on them and shoot them in the back.
At the moment, no utility, well, no breach denial at all for Mystic. So that storage wall, is entirely contestable. If they come up fireplace stairs, they can actually open that wall, lock down that connector between the bomb sites, and potentially get themselves a gaming plant should they open that up. But it's really a question of how they choose to execute. Obviously, these teams, they've got their set strategies in approaching and defending these bomb sites. So no, I'm probably not going to see a drastic change up like that for the moment. Gunner at the moment outside in main entrance, doesn't spot anything more. The head's there, but he can't quite connect on it. Decides to pull back, and you got Feltwinter above him, providing support. Mezzanine and K9 balcony. A lot of positions that could explode any moment, but no one just willing to pull it. And there we go. Org, he opens things up. He's going to be the one to open this round. And unfortunately, it's Rex to fall. Luckily, they do get the trade back. Org falls as well. Feltwinter, he's really come into his own in the second half.
Those west windows are always just so deadly. You can be an attacker standing out them, taking a gunfight, but there's other windows that are capable of shooting straight back at you. Unfortunate, a member of Arial Rise, Og, found themselves in the bad spot of that window play. But Adapt, he's here to rectify that mistake. And the same thing can be said for Axe, who snuck his way up those basement stairs, and he's a prime position to go for a swift execute into the bomb site. Now, Arial Rise has done so many things well in this round. They're in the position to apply pressure, but they're losing every one of these gunfights just like that to see if Orange were Mystic, and it's now just a 1v3. Adapt pushing the hallway. It's a teabag fest, Mystic bullets, and Alex saves the day. What an interesting mess up.
Gunnar was so determined. He was trying to shoot the edge out of position and finds 2 frags anyway. Oh my lord, Mystic, what is going on? That was as much as I said that other round was chaotic. That one was just, I don't know how they pulled that one out. Alec and Gunnar though, teaming up for some big frags, playing off of each other's positions. They get themselves closer to map point though. It's the goal at the end of the day. Chief, what is going on in this map?
Welcome to new maps, Billy. I mean, welcome to teams who have started to understand
welcome
this
to
map.
New Mexico, and I got concerned there a little.
Well, I mean, are you moving to New Mexico? Or are we going to set up a gaming house in New Mexico? Is that why it's on your mind? You want to, leave the Pacific?
No, we got good weather down here. I don't have to wear a mask going outside, and I can get McDonald's anytime I want, so I'm good.
Well, I mean, this is the United States, so
Attackers
you can get
will
McDonald's
locate and
anytime
defuse
you
the
want
main
here as
bomb.
well. It's
Yeah,
just
but
Chick-fil-A that's the
I
problem.
don't risk dying going to McDonald's, so I'll take that.
I mean, if they sponsor us, then I'll be more than happy to do the same. Fun fact, man, I haven't had McDonald's in probably over 15 or 17 years. I mean, I'm the only American in the Canadian group chat, so no, I'm actually not a real American at this point.
Oh dear, unfortunately. As we get this defensive half for Mystic has not been really as clean as their attacking half. You gotta wonder, do they have the momentum they need to push over there and close this match up themselves? Or could they see Arial Rise claw it back? Because their attack is looking strong. They're looking capable and they're coordinating very well.
So one thing I want to mention about this defensive setup as we go upstairs to that A bomb site is one of the north walls that are facing over by library isn't reinforced. And we see it all the time. That's a good strategy to have. That's a fixed position the defenders can swing on to challenge those west stairwell from library. The problem is, if you go for a wall denial strategy, it doesn't really provide the impact that you would want, because a clever attacker, once they've thrown at the map, can just wide swing from library, spray the bottom part of that soft wall, and now all those bandit batteries are going to be lost. Now, we have seen teams put a shield there to rectify that, or you could just take gunfights too. That's another way of rectifying those mistakes, because now some of the operators are going to be going for that swing. Like Axe on the Zofia, well, he's unable to do so other than just watch cameras.
Well, yeah, look, you're not meant to be putting the older 5.56 in your mouth, and unfortunately accidentally the hard way. They do get one back in the form of Gunner, though, who's been a little bit quieter this half. They have done a good job of shutting him down, but it's still a 4v4. There's still a lot of capable gunners, aside from the man himself, on the board. Dominic will eat that frag grenade with the ADS position. Feltware finds one downed off the back. So they are finding the gunfight. There the Arise, though, toe-to-toe with them. They are keeping up very well. At least they will be able to find the pickup there just outside of Dining. They're not willing to commit to it yet, but the time they've taken trying to cover that angle, ensure they can go for it, has meant they'll probably lose out on both. Oh, the swing! It does, unfortunately, at the cost of Feltwinner's life. Whitlock has been dropped upstairs as well. So effectively, oh no! Woods gets caught on the rotate. The air jab might have just saved his life. No, unfortunately, didn't quite throw him far enough. Whitlock gets picked up with that time burnt there. Rexavik doing some big work in enabling that. And Chief, with 48 seconds left to play, it's a 2v1. Dommy might be able to do it given that Whitlock is low.
Well, if there's a shining star in this round, it's going to be the fact that the Aldo wielder Whitlock is now below 25 HP. One bullet from Dommy's ARX is going to be just good enough to remove him. And Alec has an SMG-11, and that 17-round mag dump of a gun could be quite awkward when you're going against an ARX, a bullet hose, as well as a laser beam. But the thing is, Arial Rise, they don't have time on their side. Dommy's going to have to go for this plant relatively soon. Now, he could send clones down range, but he's instead going to take gunfight. Mystic is holding a crossfire, and it's a perfect crossfire for them as Dommy doesn't check all of his angles. That's going to be Mystic winning another round, and that's going to put them on that match point.
Yeah, unfortunately, just too many angles to cover for one lone Iana. And, well, Mystic, there they go. One round is all it's going to take. Arial Rise, though, they've done a good job of making Mystic work for this. And of all the bomb sites we could see to close it out, we can't see anything, unfortunately. There we go. Okay, it's slowly coming back from the void. But from what I saw, it looked like we might have got a basement bomb site. Chief, is the snowstorm has moved in. There we go. The wind's clear. The snow's gone. We're heading down to Wine Cellar and Snowmobile.
Nope, you jinxed with the snowmobile, Billy.
This blizzard, the blizzard front has moved into Chalet. Unfortunately, you know, being in the position that it is globally, it is a threat that can occur.
So I will say, Ma XD, he does live in the UK, and we all know that it rains all the time there. It's always cloudy, it's always foggy, and unfortunately, his PC seems to be a little bit waterlogged. It's also kind of in that same vein. And you know, maybe there's a little bit too much fog in our pitch as well. Arial Rise is just struggling in every aspect, whether or not it's their defense, whether or not it's their offense, or whether or not it's Ma XD still continuing to troll me with his bad PC. Sometimes connections just don't work in any level of gameplay.
Stop using smoke grenades, damn it. It makes it hard
No,
to see.
Ace is banned, Billy. Smoke grenades aren't on the table. At least from that one operator.
There are more operators that have smoke grenades, Chief. Twitch, for example.
That is true.
She also has smoke grenades now.
Ying also does.
Well, look, okay, we're finally getting into it. We're here. We are in the map. We are going to be seeing potentially this final round being played out. Young Alec. Frostmat's in interesting positions. They are the ones that traditionally find the kills. No one's going to be expecting there to be a mat right inside the doorway unless they've droned it out. And you walk in, you try to tuck into the corner, give yourself that little angle into wine, and it could cost you. No bridge denial means, well, there was, but it was dealt with early. My lord, this acceleration from earlier rise, we might just see a straight rush into the bomb site.
I wonder why the towers are placed on the west wall. It's a pretty free way to get impact tricked. You'd usually expect them to put it on the east, but obviously Mystic knows what they want in this round, and same thing can be for Arial Rise. I currently see multiple pixels, but fortunately everybody in the lobby was more or less alive during that quick second of the router flip.
Well, old Boris Johnson might be impacting the internet right now. Felt one to the fall on the mezzanine stairs, fireplace stairs. There's a player down. Axe will kill Rexy as well. Gunner is going to fall. No, he finds the kill at the trade and will be able to resurrect his teammate. No! It was a bait. Woods for 2. And all of a sudden, I mean, despite the kill feed lighting up and stalling and what have you, it is 2v4. Young Alec trying to lock down the breach right now. Does have a crossfire, but will fall. So it's all in the hands of Whitlock. He almost caught from behind. He's dropped to very low. And he died. I can give you that much. Woods for 3, though. What a big triple and explosive round from Arial Rise.
Did he just get hit with a 360? That is so bad manners. That's something that you just can't do. A 360 on that with the 8K? I mean, things that you hate to see. Arial Rise, they continue to step in the right direction. They're not going to give this fight up until they've secured that overtime, where they'll have to bring us into those final 3 rounds. Now, normally in UPL, you're used to us going to the unlimited overtime or the infinite overtime, where whoever wins 2 rounds in a row, well, they'll be the ones that are victorious. But here, since we're in a qualifier, it takes a little bit too much time to go the entire distance, and Blue Panda, you and I know full too well how long infinite overtime can go, since we have the record for the second longest competitive game of Rainbow Six Siege with unlimited
Attackers
overtime.
need to
Look,
locate
26
and
rounds.
defuse bombs.
At least this is fresh. It's Chalet. It's not Villa. Interesting that it seems Dommy, Adapt, and Org may have broken the game, and they're running infinite ammo right now. Bit of a bug with the spectator overlay, but we move on. We carry on. Arial Rise. 2 rounds now separates them from OT. And with the way they're moving, with the way they're aggressing into this building, they might be able to kind of, with the Bailiff, try to snipe away drones. And yeah, look, he's a little frustrated he missed his shot.
Dude, if he were to throw an impact grenade behind the pillar to destroy both drones, I would probably die.
You can't throw an impact outside at the start of the round.
No. I know. You can see that right in front of him. I was talking because he would eventually have the option of doing that. Like right now, for example, he would be able to do that. So, like, you wouldn't get shot in a spawn peak. Like, you would be safe.
Just saying, when I play Maestro, that's why I bring impacts. It's my Pokeball, and I will catch plenty of drones.
Oh, you're a drone catcher. I usually just throw that at people. That's usually my goal. Like, if somebody runs at me, I usually fat finger panic G, and then I die as they take 50 HP off, or I take 50 HP off them. But that's why we're not in this lobby, Billy, and that's why that these people, these 10 lovely individuals, are in this lobby, and we're the ones talking over them as Tommy. Well, we're going to be talking over him as he clears that basement, not using his hologram clone whatsoever. He doesn't need it. He will, though, as he finds a barbed wire on his stairwell.
Look, all I'm saying is you don't need impacts if you're in the ACS-12, because each bullet is basically an impact grenade. Coming into this, we're almost a minute into the round. They are not going to get that vertical control as you would expect on this gaming bar bomb site. Gunner, oh my lord, goodbye, Org. That is the thermite down. That is any hard breach that they could have needed. It is a bomb site that doesn't require it, but still a gun off the board nonetheless. They're looking for more, and oh, there he goes. He doubles up. Woods falls, playing around the bomb chassis, and bar Axe falls to Alec. He finds a second as well. 2 more fall in quick succession. 1 frag away from a flawless. Unfortunately, Rexy. Oh, he's still alive. Oh, Alec. Okay, so he has a kill out of it. Still potential. There we go. It's gone. Gunner just a second too late. On a sliver of health through the hatch as well, nonetheless. Still finds the frag. Still closes it out. Mystic. They do bring it back in the end. They deny the chance at OT. A 7-4 victory on Chalet. And your first Chalet cast, Chief. Congratulations. You did it.
Well, it's your first Chalet cast, too.
No, second.
Oh, it's your second?
I've done it
I
once
lied
before.
Well, your second Chalet cast. Congratulations, Billy. You've also survived. I have to say, man, having actually casted this map, I had fun with it. It's a unique map. It has a unique flow. And maybe Mr. Dash, who I'm sure is watching right now, needs to go back to the drawing board for Arial Rise and, dot his I's and cross his T's and, start to get a better understanding of, the flow. But I will give him the benefit of the doubt, knowing what Dash is as a coach, one of the best T3 coaches probably ever, other than maybe Heems. He probably isn't showing his strats, and I hate to give away his secrets. He has saved some strats. The most impressive game I've ever seen was one of his saving strats where he 7-0'd, I believe it was Unreal Nightmare back in Season 3 of SCL, where it was 7-0 on Cafe. So if I know him, he probably wasn't showing his full strats. So we can't be too critical of Arial Rise, and we have to probably say the same thing about Team Mystic, where they weren't quite showing their entire, full 4 strat book. That's probably a good way to point, oh, this is why this map devolved into just gunfights.
I mean, look, there's some indicators that maybe Arial Arise aren't quite as familiar with the map as Mystic were. Specifically Acts, specifically on Mezzanine, specifically playing Mirror and getting caught out by that same play from Gunner on that window. There's probably a little bit more work that needs to be done. Yeah, it probably wasn't the most strat-intensive map, but obviously the understanding isn't quite as deep as some of the other maps in the pool at the moment, which is understandable given how new it is, but it is the map that goes the way of Mystic in the
And with that, we're going to dive over to a quick break while we let the remainder of round 4 begin to publish. We'll be back with you as soon as round 4 is fully wrapped up with another phenomenal qualifier game. Keep this tab open. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you as soon as we can.
तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा 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 तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to UPL. This is the first round of the Open Qualifiers. We currently find ourselves sitting in our midway point at Game 5. There's going to be some familiar faces back on this desk, particularly the lovely man, the lovely Kiwi to my right, Mr. Blue Panda. Welcome back.
Yeah, look, hey, we had a phenomenal match number one. Unfortunately, the boys in Arial Rise weren't able to bring it back to OT against Mr. Who just came in, played their game, played it very, very well. We did get to see some highlight plays. Look, no need to count out Arial Rise. They did pull off one of the most embarrassing frags that I've seen in a while. Poor Gunner, he fell victim to the boss G, and
You mean the boss? Is our our
the big-
social media team called him or called it?
Hey, look, not wrong. It is a boss gun. Like, it is kind of nutty.
Sorry, UPL guys. In the background, I had to get you for that one. It hurt my heart a little bit, and honestly, I can tell you, we eavesdropped on comms before this game happened when they're in the lobby, and let me tell you, Emergence Academy with Cool over there, they are hyped, they are pumped, and they are ready to go. Cool was dropping a little bit of BM, but that's just his flair, that's just his personality, and the only thing he wants to have is a fun time in our server. Our bans, they're gonna be shut up in front of you. We had the newest map. Do we think we're going to see it? Or did our teams rig the system and put Theme Park back in?
I mean, look, I'm upset already. We're not going to get Coastline. It's one of my favorite maps to cast. That one, it's not making it through. Neither is Consulate. Another one that would have been very good fun, but neither of these teams like to have fun. They're here. They're dead serious. They don't want to give us a good time. Villa taken. Thank God, Chief Villa has been taken off the board. I do not enjoy casting that map anymore. 26 rounds was far too many. Clubhouse as well, the old staple taken out, which means there are only a handful of options left. Chalet is still in. So is the likes of Oregon, and then Cafe to round it out. So Chalet is going to be gone, so we're not going to get the new map 2 rounds in a row. Oregon, Cafe, where are we going? The final call needs to be made. And, well, from the looks of it, it is going to be Cafe Dostoevsky. So, I'm expecting some spawn peaks. I'm expecting some runouts. I am excited for this one too.
Fortunately, Borgen was not an option. Thankfully, they removed it. And maybe we read the script wrong. We said that they bribed the system bringing Theme Park back in, but I'm actually the one that slipped a $20 bill underneath the table to make sure that we don't get to Oregon.
Wait, what do you mean, Chief? Everyone knows. We write the script. We control the lobby. If we do not press S, nothing happens.
You're right. My bad. I forgot that my S key is like suspended in air. Like whenever we see Twitch chat spam S, it actually draws my hand further away from my keyboard. So there's just keep that in mind when you're spamming start S or hit S. I have actually ripped my S key out, just like I ripped all my shift keys out, and like you should do as well.
No, the only way I play this game is Shift W, and there's no other way to play it. We do have the R's in chat. We're ready to throw it live here for Cafe Dostoevsky and the Upsurge Qualifiers. Chief, this is a map that has a lot of verticality. There's a lot of roam play. I'm expecting the likes of a Nomad or a Jackal ban. But, I mean, we have just as much interesting play that come the other side of it. And there we go. Thatcher off the board. No real surprises. Now, this is an interesting one. Emergence, this is their academy team. The Emergence is an org that I probably have the longest running history with in North American Rainbow Six. So it's good to see them, enabling that entry into the scene for an academy team.
They're all saying hello to, one of their roster members, one of their co-members. That is Son of Finn, who's unfortunately not in this lobby today. He's on that main roster. Thatcher, no surprise there. The SAS operator is lovely to hate on. He will never see any game ever in competitive Rainbow Six Siege. Capital. Now, that is a OG ban. One of the most common bans on Cafe was Cap at a certain point. Why? Well, he removes so much pressure away from the defenders. You're sitting in pixel spawn, you can have the best ADS setup in the world. Capital will instantaneously break it. He bypasses all those ADSs. If you have a multi-shield strategy, Capital will be the sole operator that is capable of removing that pressure without actually destroying that shield. That can be quite an asset for an attacking team on Cafe. And also, those My Pancakes and mirror windows will not be a factor in the series either.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things. It's very much like Clubhouse. If you see a Maverick ban, you're going to see a Cade ban as well. On Cafe, you are going to see a Capital and a Where My paired together, just because if one is gone, the other is so much more enabled, and you want to give yourself your best opportunity. And here we go, operator picks coming in. Cade 6 picked off for a Valkyrie Ace for a Maverick. Interesting that we're seeing a Maverick played here on Cafe. It's not an operator that you often see, but as we go down to the second floor, which, I mean, has been more and more the norm as of late, this is gearing up to be a hell of a match.
So my guess was that 6 pick was designed to counter a bottom floor hold. You're alluding to that second floor hold, why it can be a strong pick to have here. Most teams want to go for Maverick Trickings in Kitchen. It's just a safe option you have, and even if it gets a little risky to do so, well, you will still go through the ropes of taking that second floor pressure and then executing on that primary bomb site. Now, we're talking about a completely different bomb site here. You can still use the Maverick in the same regard. Let's say you want to go for a wall that isn't open as
5
much.
seconds left.
That is going to be that northmost wall of reading room. You've seen attacking teams open that up, not necessarily as a plant spot, but for as an avenue to cut off rotations between the two sites. One way of holding the post plant is just to look towards that red 90 hallway and to train. Now, if you draw a Maverick line between that red corridor, now that entire feeding bomb site has been locked off. And if the defense wants to take a gunfight, well, they're going to have to go through one of your other cutoffs that hopefully you've done the due diligence in setting up.
Man, oh my lord, it has to be my favorite part of Cafe. Is Sledge comes in, opens the hatches, and straight to the stratosphere. That debris just goes absolutely flying. And I mean, it's very much a case of who would have thought that the Russians would put a cafe on the moon.
I didn't see that one coming. Well played. I'll give you 9 out of 10 for that one. Control slowly starting to mount in favor of Emergence Academy. They have these east windows. Now, this is another way of setting up your crosses. However, Talon, he can hear the rappel underneath as well as that prone angle. But the rotation of the shotgun won't give any dividends, at least in that kill department. Now, you can still waste time, and actually Emergence needs to start to expedite this attack. You have that control mounted by a perfect kill. Aquino far too aggressive. This was a problem with his teammate with the shotgun rotating down that laundry hatch. His flank was left wide open, and now Dallas Vendetta is being forced to take this remainder of the round with a man disadvantage.
Well, that's exactly it. And wow, things are looking a little bit worse for where at the moment Dallas Vendetta not out of it yet. They still have the ability, they have nitros. They still have the possibility to deny that plant as well. It really is going to come down to how well they execute flanks. And there we go. Object will even up the man count. They lose Sledge. That's a bit rough. You want to keep that Sledge alive as long as possible. The more vertical angles you have, the more security you will have when that plant eventually comes out. Luckily, Right, whatever his name is, he gets close to comfort there. Just luckily managing to keep his life as cool Giesti. The positioning Emergence is so ready to explode onto the side. Talent takes down hashtag. That is just going to give them more avenues in to go for this plant.
I'm guessing Rai the Rangstar doesn't have enough room in it for .emg. That would be my guess. Now, Reactive is being one sneaky boy. Coming up these red stairs, he shoots one of the pre-sent drones and it's going to alert members of Emergence that their flank has now been occupied by men for Dallas Vendetta. That's not going to stop Emergence from setting up the bomb plant, and we're going to find ourselves in a post plant with Dallas at a large man account disadvantage. Forced to go for swings, objective with a perfect headshot, and Smack's now going to have to take this duel as well. Time is not on the side of members of Dallas Vendetta. They're going to have to play off each other, either reattempt a retake of the top floor or go for broke and challenge the diffuser.
Time ticking away. They have to do something. Shiesti does find the kill onto Smack. All object, all alone. He will find one, gives himself the triple, but Chax is there on the cover. That's rough. This is, I mean, you saw earlier on that flank going up the, I believe it was red stairs. I could be wrong. It might have been white stairs. There's two of them. There's one of two options it could have been. But I know for a fact that it was Reactive trying to head upstairs, get that vertical control back for the defenders, and from there look to counter that defuse plant. But it's just Emergence. They had their number. They had their angles covered. They made sure that there was no risk in going for that plant.
And let's talk about that risk factor. What happened upstairs for Dallas Vendetta? One of those SMG-11 bros immediately rotates away. He gets pressured from the window because he plays it too aggressive, trying to challenge it upside down rappel. Once he realized that he was heard through the window sill, he realized that he was no longer safe in that position and immediately rotated. Now, he didn't waste any time upstairs, maybe other than 15 seconds trying to duel to the death on the window rappel, but the crucial aspect was Aquino was left there all by him lonesome. trying to challenge two different waves of the attackers, pushing in for the bar itself as well as from the white quarter. Now, Aquino could have called in for additional help, but I have a suspicion he didn't know his teammate left, and his teammate didn't communicate that, hey, I've now dropped the hatch, let me walk up white stairs so now I can still hold the fatal funnel of white. Because common wisdom says, at least if we use what Brave loves to coach, if you push through that white quarter, it's a guaranteed death sentence, and you as a defender should always win that engagement. The problem was, that engagement was never made because Dallas Vendetta just completely forgot about that stairwell. They instead went for that high-risk strategy of the retake of that top floor. And why it almost worked for them, this is the red take. It wasn't the right play because they had already kind of through part of that round. And then when you retake up white in the post plant, that's the best option you got. You got to take gunfights. You have to remove that vertical play. Dallas Vendetta and a hold, at least if we take at face value for round one, there's a few communication errors that they're going to have to start to identify. And it's going to start with this fast execute for Emergence.
My lord, Emergence getting in early, getting control of Bakery. They can look to start pressuring in through service as well. And there's no one covering. This is going to be the freest entry to the bomb site that I've seen in a long time. Hashtag, he's too busy watching towards bottom red, towards small Bakery. They have no one covering service over, no one in Rice even. It's an unconventional position and might cost Dallas Vendetta at the end of the day. They are giving so much freedom. Yes, the vertical angles have been taken, but even a small bake angle would have been a good play. At least they do have that to cover from service, but that's still a lot of ground. You shouldn't be giving up that early.
And the ground has to be now in favor of Emergence. They need to take this second floor. In doing so, they're going to find themselves in a wave of defenders. Two members of Dallas Vendetta are sitting upstairs. Now, they have been droned out. At least one drone will confirm that reactive is sitting over that red corridor. And the problem with this is the defense has set up their own vertical angles to directly stop the push in from Emergence. Now, we're highlighting how quick of a map control that Emergence has, but now they actually have to do something with that control, which means dealing with these vertical plays. I mean, this drone calls it all. There are multiple holes that Dallas can swing on, and that means you have to put your emphasis on that floor.
At the moment, GSD looking to push in towards Coat Check and cut things off that way. He's above. He's looking to get into mining and deal with RK, who is waiting. Yeah, window. Can't quite connect the shots he needs to, though. 52 seconds left on the clock. This is massive control being established by Emergence. Yes, the defenders have vertical angles, but an entire bomb site is now free for the taking here with no counter if they lose that control. Right, there we go. Rara, he's on the plant just inside that breach. Chiesti goes down, so does Hashtag. The trade is there. Objective falls, Zigtard falls, but the plant is down. What is going on here? Emergence should not have got in that freely. Dallas Vendetta need to change something because this is 2 rounds now that they have fumbled on the play. And look, as much as I want to see them take this back and get the defuse, the positioning is there, the play is there from Emergence, and they are just winning heads-up gunfights.
And we're preaching the vertical play. Emergence says, I don't need that at all. They've set up their own defense in the bomb sign, and the attackers of Emergence, they just sit back and allow these fatal funnels to work against the defenders. A rare reverse Uno card. And you know, we're talking about, well, you always have to execute on that second floor when you're an attacker. You have to deal with that vertical play. The one aspect that you have as an attacker, if you push in fast enough, you can actually overwhelm those vertical angles, or you could just shoot them all around. It is a higher risk strategy. I always love to talk about taking 80-20 gunfights so you have an 80% chance of winning. Sometimes you can get around doing so, and Emergence, they are known for their swift executes, and they're going to be known for taking map control and those objectives in a fast manner, and that's something Dallas Vendetta needs to be prepared for moving into round 3.
I mean, if this Emergence Academy roster is anything like their main roster, it's explosive, it is aggressive, and it will look to add to your side, and that's exactly what we're seeing so far. 5 frags in total in 2 rounds played. Dallas Vendetta, they just haven't been able to find those openings. close to the board in a meaningful way. Heading up to the
Attackers
third
have
floor.
discovered the location of a bomb.
This is a bomb site that can be rather brutal. Teams often find themselves lacking in time. They then have to force a hatch drop or even skylight drop if they're feeling that up against the wall. And with the setup we're seeing coming out of the defense, Maester on the Goyo, Mute, Jaeger, and a Rooney, there's a lot of tools that Emergence will need to clear out. So this could be the chance Dallas Vendetta need to get on the board.
Now, Rooney might be coming from the fact that we saw my pancakes off the board in the band phase, or Rooney is just receiving a lot of love. Because as you were highlighting, she's a great operator in the similar vein of those Jaeger ADSs. But also, she has great firepower, and some people just want to bring out that P10 Rooney, which is honestly mind-blowing to me, because at a time, the P10 Rooney was hated by the community. It suddenly gets a 1.5 time sight, and everyone's like, wow, this P10 Rooney slams. And it just become a staple gun after that. And we've seen her just brought out for...
doesn't have the 1.5 times. It's just Mozzie. She's relegated to old Tesla truck holoscope.
No, you're correct, but that's the idea. People were like afraid, like, oh, I only want to run the Commando. Commando feels good, but they realized that the P10 was a solid weapon with or without that 1.5 time sight. The 1.5 time sight just kind of like kicked them in the butt, saying, hey, this gun isn't viable. And unfortunately, Smack won't be viable in this round as he gets slammed by a frag.
Yeah, Zeta just threading the needle there. That's rough, losing out on your Goyo early. You're going to be holding that down with the Vector. It's such a great gun in these long angles, and, well, you can't be getting caught there. Just found wanting. He's just belayed in backstock right now. No chance. Well, at least they still have some coverage. There's still some work that Emergence will need to do to get themselves in position to contest that bomb site. See the rotations coming in. Check's going to be tagged up. I think there's a bit of tap fire there from hashtag 11. Reactive, he's still holding on to Pixel as we head into the second half of the round. He's still got the Vulcan shield. He's still got the ADSs to slow down this push. They need to play it careful though. Don't have as much utility to null as they would if Whammo was on the board. So if that Vulcan shield goes down, he's going to be in trouble, and that is why we see him pull back to the door. They do have a lot of support in this position though.
It's refreshing to see how Cafe's strategies are changing. At the face level, it's essentially the same strategy, reactive. He doesn't need a strat book to be successful. He just jack-in-a-box his way into kills. Aquino is going to attempt the same line of success, but unfortunately, he will be unable to do so. Dallas Vendetta will now retain themselves at a man disadvantage only by -1, and it isn't enough to be the end-all be-all factor because Emergence, they have now just taken control of the west side of the map. This is going to be the hardest part of their attacking execute, clearing in from the west, pushing in through these fatal funnels and trying to break down the defenders. They have a wall of utility in their way, those ADSs, those black cameras, as well as a nitro cell.
Checks at the moment, he's giving me some real Mr. Goria vibes. We'll find another early swings on the bomb site. Has an idea, there's someone close by. And that 3 mark and stands up. Oh, can't quite win it against the older, but oh, object! He does find one onto check, giving him his first get of the map. Riri is there. Right, whoever. Maverick is there. And we'll get the trade down. Just the entries on this team are going off.
Well, you're talking about playing homage to the main roster of Emergence, and it seems like the Academy roster has as much vigor and vim as their main roster. They just like their swift tanks. And what we were talking about before Reactive decided to go absolutely nuclear with that one tap was we can see how Cafe has evolved over every single meta. And it's the same philosophy. It's holding piano for as long as possible. At a time, it was Mute Mozzie. At a time, it was pure Nitro Cells. At a time, it was deployable shields. Now, it is a hybrid of every single one of those metas. We have a Rooney Gates, we have shields, we have ADSs, and we have Nitro Cells. The culmination of swings, holes being open, just again, to make no man's land over in piano. And it's nice to also see Emergence understand how to break that down. Because like we were saying on Chalet, if you've seen the planes and games attacking execute on Villa, that means you have seen just about every single execute on Chalet. You just have to use those lessons and reverse engineer it into your attack. The same philosophy applies here. If you've seen the 5 deployable shields that Orion used to bring out when holding top floor of the Cafe, that means you have the same skill set to deal with a double deployable shield and a Rooney Gates and Bar.
Setup is is coming to its culmination. Yeah, I'm going to be getting into the exit phase moment here. Okay,
Attackers are
just
moving
wants to make
to
sure there's
defuse the bomb.
plenty of room to use this route in that bathroom. Well, let's forget it. Down 3-0. The attacker side of flawless rotation alongside. It's not something you see every day. But when it does come out, it can be pretty brutal for the mental side of things, especially here on Cafe. They're now going to double down. They're going to be going back upstairs. They're bringing the same roster. Hopefully Smack does not fall in the same manner that he did last time. No chance to be a part of the round. No chance to contest whoever Zaytart with that frag grenade, slotting it towards backstock. Caught him in the corner of bar, and well, we are slowly taking away great positions to deny that information. And that is something that Dallas Vendetta has to lean into, a misinformation game. Play off of the fact that their opponents don't know where they are and find those frags.
You know, if we want to continue to draw parallels to bar defenses, the Rooney Gate over by the Shagar shops, which we currently see in front of us, is what was used to be used by castles were put there so the pixel player wouldn't be swung on. The problem was the defenders couldn't also swing on that position. Now that gate works both ways. Defenders can take the gunfights to the attackers, and the attackers can't throw utility at the defenders in the pixel. With that being said, though, Pixel has been dealt with. The Goyo shield has erupted in the face of Dallas Vendetta. Zay has rotated over to the White Window Repel, and he's actually relatively close to finding a kill if a member of Dallas Vendetta, the Jaeger reactive, rotates deeper back towards White.
I'm pretty sure if he goes to the upside down repel and punches that barricade, he's going to go hit it with the hammer anyway. He still has no idea. This could be absolutely brutal. Rotating back, the window open. Unfortunately, Zaytart is not in the right place at the right time. That cocktail window instead. Drone throw, and we can see a jump out here for the bold one. Frag grenade. Zaytart is just so close to having his head. Frag grenade deep. Where will it land? Nowhere near. Unfortunately, no opening that they found in the last round. But Chief, we're getting into the final minute here, and no one has conceded anything meaningful. There's no avenue straight to the bomb site without those choke points coming into effect. The defenders, they're still happy to wait and get those angles.
This is the exact same storyline we had in round 3. It's more or less the same time on the clock, but there's a equal man count for both of these teams. All 10 players in the lobby are active. What helped Emergence go for their swift execute was the fact that they got the opening duels. The opening duel for the first time this series will now be in favor of Dallas Vendetta. Our primary entry is now off the board, losing that gunfight to an SMG-11, and that gunfights are going to get worse for Emergence. Their swift executes will no longer be a factor for them as everybody on their team starts to crumble. Only one of them now left with the diffuser sorted and bar back. The repel on in from Zay is not going to be good enough, and it's going to be a flawless round victory for Dallas Vendetta.
2 rounds now where the plant has not been successfully put down. The second time around, they do finally pull it out the bag. But it's only 1 round on the board. They're still 2 rounds down with 2 rounds left to play in the half. We head down to Kitchen, and that was one of the most brutal executes onto a bomb site I've seen in a while. They need to have someone contesting in Small Bakery, even over towards Rice. But the Pulse, I mean, I rate it. I do like this pick out of Reactive. They could shut down any vertical threat. They can stop that contest coming from above. And unfortunately, though, it's a Vigil to come out instead. Again, it means they're still lacking a Jaeger in the setup.
So, Billy, why I would agree with you, Pulse would always be a strong operator. This is the one time where I'm saying, I think the Vigil's going to be the better play. Because, remember, Emergence went for that linear take through Big Bakery. They said, I don't even want to deal with clearing out that 3rd and 2nd floor. So I'm just going to respect your hold up there, but I'm just going to do is faster execute through that bakery and go from my plan. You can attempt to challenge me through vertical holes. However, we're going to have better positioning throughout the map to directly deal with that. Now, again, that's a high-risk strategy, and Emergence has to really dot their I's and cross their T's to set themselves up. They have to communicate amongst themselves and know who's holding what to guarantee the planter is going to be safe. And it also helps to have a man advantage. That way you can control more parts of the maps and understand what fatal funnels you can use against the defenders. Now, the exact same wisdom that was applied there, well, maybe that Vigil play won't be the best operator to have. Maybe it's the option you bring as the Maestro, or maybe you bring out an Echo just to have a little bit more information on that first floor to get a better understanding of the troop assignments of Emergence.
Well, at the moment, we're into the round. Things are kicking off Reactive upstairs. been able to claw back a few frags, but it hasn't actually been objective. And hashtag have done a lot of work in keeping themselves in this. Even though it's only the one round picked up, and this is what I'm waiting for. Hashtag playing service with the M590. They need someone in position to contest in those aggressive angles, because last time we saw this, they gave up bakery, they gave up front kitchen, and from there we just saw things blown wide open. Chax just ran himself in and was able to blow the site wide open. They even got the Maverick trick off, and they're doing that now again. This is going to be an interesting one for sure. Bit of communication, trying to figure out where to go. And look at this, Talon's got the angle all the way down through to Rice, so they can't swing in and try and contest this. It's going to be a rough one for sure. Oh, not quite threading the needle there, but it will be enough to deter them for the moment. No, actually, it's not even that. It hasn't even... this is unbelievable. That's popped completely wrong. Right, just free. And there we go. Okay, kicks things off. Zaytard found with the jump out. But cool, Shiesty is there to counter. Reactor might even go for one of his own. Chief, this map, this round is all over the place.
I mean, Akinia wanted to get aggressive. He finds the scoreboard for the first time in this series, but it has to come through a window run out, and Cool was there to capitalize on that. But, I mean, that's just an awash at that point. Objectives are going to attempt to deal with that Maverick play, but himself is also going to be spot out. And this is the problem I have with defenders using utility to deal with Maverick tricks. It usually doesn't work, but as I bring up that point, Rai is going to inhale a plethora of toxic gas. He's now going to be sitting on 27 HP, and we're going to have to see if that trade-off between 3 toxic babes for 70 so odd HP is going to be worth it. Now, Rai has already planted the bomb 3 times, and we're finding ourselves now in round 5. That's a solid place to be in, which means if you couple that with 1 nitro cell, even at a long range, you're almost guaranteed to put Rai down and not out. And maybe Rai needs to communicate, hey, I can't be the planter, like he communicates that frag grenade.
Yeah, man, is just he nails the first one, makes it so that, you know, old Jack needs a hip replacement on Kaid. He's getting old. He can't be taking that sort of punishment in the second one. Well, it's an early trip to the retirement home, unfortunately. Reactive above, he's going to find 2. They line up for the headshots. These vertical angles not being respected whatsoever, but Chax, he's in. He's looking for the kills in the bomb site. He's going to be sprayed down. Reactive finds a triple. Hashtag shuts it down, and Dallas Vendetta, they're back on the march to equalize here. 2 rounds on the fly, and only 1 to play. They could take this half 3-3.
That was a interesting attacking execute for Emergence. They did just about everything right until they decided to slam down their W and shift key and send it through a prep. Do they forget about the vertical angles? Do they forget about round 2? Remember, round 2, we saw those drones pinging the floor saying, hey, there's somebody sitting up here. It's probably in our best interest to respect these holds, as you called it. And, well, Emergence said, I'm going to forget about this entirely. I'm going to send it in through prep and die to that double kill. That doesn't sit well with me. You can do something similar. If you want to swift execute through prep, fine. There's nothing wrong with that. What you do is you probably send Rai down, you feed him to the sharks, and you have somebody else covering that hole. So that way, Rai gets traded, and you get the refrag. Now you have dealt with the majority of the offsite pressure, and you can still continue on with your planting objective. Emergence, they read their clipboard. They knew what they wanted to accomplish. The problem was when they saw the clock, it was almost like they ripped the pages off their clipboard. They panicked and ran.
Yeah, there was. You could feel it was just a lot of panic in their setup, and they had to funnel through service. They didn't have the options. They just had to go for it. There was no option to try and go for a structured take. They had to just force, and they lost out. I think Emergence, they started strong. They're just not giving themselves enough time to work with here. They're not doing the drone work they need to upstairs. There's a lot of unanswered questions here.
More and more Valgrams being placed throughout the map. Now, there's some sweet type of poetry that's being played out by Dallas Vendetta. In round 1, we'd see reading and feeding, and now in round 6, reading and feeding is coming out. So it's a nice sandwich between this reading room bomb site, and information is going to be paramount for Dallas Vendetta. Now, these cameras that they've placed over by Haldor, we've seen multiple members of Dallas Vendetta throughout their rounds of defense constantly looking towards that door frame. That's going to be the most outside door over by reading room on the east side of the map. And it seems like Dallas Vendetta is concerned that it's going to be a hell execute or a run out. Aquino flies out another window. Everybody's flying out windows from Dallas Vendetta. They get slammed at every turn. There must be a Valkyrie camera out here. Unbridled aggression by DV has just cost them 2 of their man count. Honestly, an unacceptable play, something that you don't want them to see, and Cool said it best there. Wow.
I think they may have got a round ahead of themselves. It's round number 6, guys. You still got 1 defensive round to play. You're not the attackers. You're not meant to be outside. Get back in, play your game, and I mean, barring some phenomenal miracle play from the remaining 3 players on Dallas Vendetta, I think we might see this half go 4-2 because Dallas Vendetta gave it away.
I mean, you said it right. They gave away those picks senselessly. Now, Dallas Vendetta, they still have 3 teammates alive, which means they have 3 teammates that can find and kill 5 members of Dallas Vendetta. Rhyme, he's holding the flank. Good for him for doing that, as there's 2 members of Dallas Vendetta, that both SMG-11 bros, trying to sneak up the stairwell. It seems like Dallas Vendetta has caught wind that their flank was being monitored, and they're going to return back down the stairwell. Now, Emergence, they're still participating and removing the billboards above them. However, they don't have a lot of time. They're going to have to start to move their man count back to that 2nd floor to prepare for their execute, and there are members of Dallas Vendetta lurking on those brown stairs, as well as Smack, who has now found himself a new home over in Piano, missing just about every single bullet. Members of Emergence are now alerted that there is a shark lurking amongst them. They have to find him, and hopefully they don't die to these engagements. A free kill for Zay, and the bomb site is going to now be opened up wide as Rai begins the plan. Hashtag coming in from behind, but he's also removed from above, and now it's on objective against 4, trying to find his kills in SMG-11. The footholds are going to be used against him, and he will be confirmed by them. Emergence, it's going to be a positive attacking split for them at 4+2.
Look, I'll be perfectly honest, Smack would have had a better time if he'd throw in the MPX at Zaytard there. I don't know. That was the same roam that we saw Reactive go for, but unfortunately Smack, look, that was a hard whiff. It was just a hard whiff. He should have hit his shots. They would have probably had a better chance at coming back in that round, denying from the vertical play. But he whiffed. Zaytard was able to rotate round. It then became an embarrassing ring around the rosy that did go the way of Emergence. And yeah, look, that was a bit of a throwaway round there from Dallas Vendetta.
We're going to have to see if Dallas Vendetta has a better understanding of Cafe when they move over to attack, because it seems like DV isn't communicating amongst themselves. Now, I go on record all the time and saying that when you're on defense, you don't need a true IGL. You don't need a central voice, but the part of IGLing that is important is you have to lead your team. Doesn't mean that you're calling strats on defense, but you still have to orchestrate your troops in a manner where they're constantly communicating, understanding what's going on. And the only communication that we saw from Dallas Vendetta was that double jump out. And if that's the calls that you're making, like, sure, great job on you guys for coordinating that, but you didn't even coordinate it enough. If you say, hey, we're vaulting out, 3, 2, 1, jump, I would have been, all right, in an aggressive play, I might be on board for that, but the fact that you jumped out at different intervals, I mean, you can see the attackers. They challenge one window, and then they just kind of look at the other window. Free kills for them. If you are communicating on defense, you have to know how to do it properly. Right now, DV hasn't shown me that, and what is concerning about that is now that you move over to attack, communication becomes imperative. The moment that your communication begins to aggregate, your entire attacking lineup will instantly crumble.
Exactly it. There needs to be something like. Look, it is what it is, and so far you've got to hope Dallas Vendetta don't have any more throwaway rounds like that, because they honestly they were mounting that significant comeback, and then all of a sudden 2 players outside. And we got to see Smack absolutely with those shots. But at the moment, the attack, it's a little bit more linear. We're not going for the full skylight drop here, which we have seen some teams opt for. They're taking it slow, they're droning. They're utilizing that utility they have available to them. Not going to overcommit. If they don't need to. These camera placements, they have that information. Talent from below as well. Might be able to use that nitro cell to punish, or just the bullet holes, the vertical angles. My lord, I don't think that RK even knew how close he was to death in that position. They've got to be careful. And, well, I just had to rate them. Oh boy. Oh boy. No. Oh no. That's unfortunate.
Pardon me, Billy, did you mention that they had to be careful with the Valkyrie cameras? Because it seems like Dallas Vendetta was about as uncareful with those Valkyrie cameras as possible. They were like an elephant, just slamming their way through, haphazardly clearing out the enemy. And what's mind-boggling to me is Valkyrie cameras in these positions are the most common things on this map. Everybody in silver knows to place Valkyrie cameras in those darn lights. How has Dallas Vendetta not been able to deal with it? They lose 2 of their rosters to nitro cells. Fortunately, one of them was rezzed up, but the player that was rezzed has now lost his life to the Alda. Diffuser surrendered over by the B-bomb chassis, and with 2 members of DV left alive and standing, you're going to have to rely on the former dojo player Vikinio, who has a ton of experience to lead the 2 players that are alive, and it's a difficult task to say the least.
And to answer your question, Chief, why they weren't able to kill those cameras, they were dead. They were dead. Oh my lord, no chance. No chance in the round emergence. Flawlessly winning that one out. 2 nitro cell kills, and the rest of the team mercilessly gunned down. Oh boy.
I mean, again, what I talk to teams about all the time is let's start with the execute, the how am I going to plant, which is always my baseline of an attacking lineup. If I want to plant trash bags per se, since we're upstairs on bar, how do I do that? Well, it starts with the operator lineup that you have. Since we see ADSs, deployable shields in play, well, let's bring operators that have explosive devices as well as flashbangs. All right, well, if we look at this lineup, we have 2 sets of frag grenades, 1 breaching launcher set, and a set of flashbangs, and we can use smokes as a way to burn ADSs. Fine. Now we have to move through our lineup. Well, of course, everybody knows Sledgehammer the Hatch is perfectly fine. But what do you do after that? How do you remove the Valkyrie cameras? And if you spot Valkyrie cameras, what does that mean in a round? Well, that means usually that a team is going to be finding information. All right, what does that information mean? Well, it could mean one of 2 things. That they're going to swing off it or they're going to nitrocell off it. Now, you as an IGL have to now identify what those 2 options are. In round 7, it was, hey, they're going for a nitrocell now. All right, we have to now clear that second floor. Dallas Vendetta never went through those steps, and as a result, they haphazardly died. They were individuals getting slaughtered one by one. At emergence, they never really swept the round. I mean, that's why they had the flawless round after all.
Yeah, look, it's just emergence. They're playing so very, very well. Fun fact, Chex has not picked up a kill in 5 rounds. He was 7-0 in round number 2, and he's just been killed every round. Well, a number of rounds. It's not every single round, but Dallas Vendetta, they are feeling very outmatched at the moment. Emergence seem to have an answer to what they're trying to do. They have their number well and truly. I think the downfall very much started with that round number 6 play. Questionable at the very best. Dallas Vendetta, they need to find some avenue back in. It is going to be a hard road for them. They're going to have... look, Emergence are going to make them work for it, and unfortunately, it just doesn't seem like Velan did. Oh my lord. My brain is upside down. This is New Zealand land, and I can't get words out.
I mean, your toilets are also upside down. I don't know how they're supposed to work. Vikinio just suicide rushes in, takes a gunfight against Talon, who just wins it outright. Again, where was the drones? Where was the information? Dallas Vendetta saw the multitude of reinforcements, 4 of them relegated upstairs, another one over in reading room. If this doesn't scream, this is an off-site pressure hold across 2 floors, an IGL needs to not be an IGL at that point. That is a harsh statement to say, but if you don't see this type of defense being played in front of you, you have to be able to say what and how. Why are the defense doing this? What is their objective here? Well, it's to play time. It's to stall. It's to make sure Dallas never takes that map control. And you can see DV struggling with that now. We're sub 90 seconds past the halfway mark, and DV hasn't even cleared that 3rd most floor because they're still trying to do their due diligence, taking on the 2nd floor before they start their vertical play. This is a very slow defense, and Dallas Vendetta needs to start to expedite.
Accelerate something here at the moment. That object is still up in Cigar Lounge. This is This is unfortunate, and this is not what you want to be seeing. They're clearing it, and hashtag is just walking in. So it begs the question, why the hell is Object still in this position? Why is he still trying to contest those vertical angles? They see the hatches open. They know that there's going to be someone waiting for them. Honestly, Gemini in, figure out where those positions are if you can. With the play, I don't think that is even possible.
Bomb located by
So it
attackers.
is going to begin. It's going to be spotting out players, so they have an idea, at least some of the positioning. But with 23 seconds, this is going to be an absolute meat grinder, especially with Rai with the M590 waiting for the head drop.
Frag grenades blow up in front of him. He's not going to die to it, but he's going to take a little bit of damage. Reflex just takes a duel straight up to him, losing the engagement to the shotgun. Everybody wants to cycle away through Rai as he confirms them all. Objective gets 4, forced to go to his secondary, but he won't be able to mag dump anything. Rai with a double swing with a shotgun at 3K in the round for him. Emergence, they're putting on a master class of this map. They're doing so many things well, and Dallas Vendetta, well, it's a new roster with a new face, new 5 players. They are throwing some growing pains.
Look, I hate to be this bluntly honest, but at that stage, Dallas Vendetta might have they might as well have just walked up to Rai, put the M590 barrel in their mouth and said, "Go on, just do it." Like they didn't work the building. They were still up on the 3rd floor. They didn't have the communication to say, "Oh, I'm about to push it here. You don't need to be there anymore." And I just don't know what to make of this situation. Dallas Vendetta, they feel like they're all over the place.
I mean, it feels like it, Billy, because they really are. It looks like
Attackers need
it's
to
5
locate and
individuals
defuse as many
in a
bombs as
lobby,
they can.
not a coherent team. And I think one of the most important compliments you can give to a player in Rainbow Six Siege is when you don't notice their presence. And that sounds like an insult, but let's look at it at face value. If you don't really notice them in play, that means you notice the entire team. That means every single teammate is doing their job. Nobody needs to get these big, grandiose, flashy plays because, well, the supports have already droned in those entry fraggers. They've gotten those kills, and boom, that's exactly what it should look like. And Emergent is doing that. I mean, their defensive hold, you can literally see the textbook playing. They want to hold that 3rd floor. They look at the clock, 60 seconds is spent. All right, let's rotate to the 2nd floor. Let's repeat that. It's like clockwork for them. And Dallas Vendetta is struggling to understand how many twists of that clock Emergence has set up. And again, a new roster is always going to have growing pains. An IGL has to learn how his team plays, what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, but also an IGL has to know the basics, and it always starts with that question, how am I going to execute? And I haven't ever heard that question be asked by people.
It's not even how am I going to execute, how am I going to get down to the next floor? It's just, there's a lot that seems to be going very, very wrong for Dallas Vendetta. Honestly, I'm just surprised we haven't had a team kill at the moment. It's just felt like that's the momentum that we see coming out of Dallas Vendetta. They're pushing in again, same cameras in place, and no one is looking for them. No chance. No chance this happens twice in a row.
Default cameras. Everybody places a camera underneath these lights. You know, pro players have found new cameras, not new cameras, but different cameras to put things in, or different lights to put their cameras in. But at the end of the day, at face value, it's the same strat that's being applied. At a certain point, you just get used to checking those cameras.
Oh my lord, not again. How are they getting caught out? Again, same 2 players this time around, just in a different part of the map, go down to Nitros.
Attackers have recovered
And again,
their
it's
diffuser.
not doing your due diligence. Cross your eyes, cross your eyes. Wow, I've invented a
At this
new
point,
language
that is
of
what
like-
Dallas Vendetta are doing. They are crossing their eyes and dotting their T's.
Well, I was going to have the brilliant, sentence of if you don't dot your I's and cross your T's, you're left with a bunch of L's, but also making new languages, it can be difficult to, talk amongst yourselves, Because if you don't have language, you just have a bunch of grunts, and it seems like that storyline is panning out. Now, DV, a lot of their players have lost engagements. They have a lot of HP being lost, and it's going to be removed from their life force once again. Every single member of DV is at below 100 HP, where Hashtag is the lowest of them, sitting at below 25. Now, no more HP for Hashtag, as he loses the duel against Cool.
I'm pretty sure it just took Dallas Vendetta 2 minutes and 15 seconds to find the first black eye cam. And, well, it took them 2 minutes, 30 seconds almost to find their first frag in this round. They have vertical, but there's no time. They just don't have the time to go to the execute. It is going to be an absolute bloodbath. They're going to have to force in through one of the main doorways, and those are always choke points. There's 4 players still alive.
15
And,
seconds left.
right, of course. Of course he's sitting there with the M590. They don't have a way to open up this
10
wall.
seconds to
Zaytard
go.
will go down. At least they do have that. Breaching charge comes out. Smack will find the
5
kill. He
seconds
finds 2
remaining.
more, but Talon's there. And, oh,
What?
oh my lord, right. Oh my, time just not there. Okay. Emergence very nearly choked that, but they win it on the clock because Dallas Vendetta just didn't give themselves enough time.
Oh, that broke my heart there for Billy. I was prepared to watch Rai just potato his way into a round loss. That would have been quite an interesting way to continue on that series. We saw the master with the shotgun cycling that Mossberg. Maybe he should keep to the buckshot. All just aside, that was unfortunately a one-sided series. And you really don't want to cast, something that we just see, Emergence Academy just steamroll in every aspect. And, I always try to look at the bright side of a game or a cast. And for Dallas Vendetta, again, they're a new team. I think they need to go back, watch this VOD again, and just talk amongst themselves of the steps on how to defend, on how to attack, because honestly, a plethora of mistakes were made, and at a certain point, you can just be critical of a roster, but it's going to be on the players to learn those mistakes themselves.
Yeah, look, I can't even call that a one-sided match. That was just 10 players playing for the same team, and it was Emergence at the end of the day. Dallas Vendetta, they made, you have to say it, the dumb mistakes. There were dumb mistakes that were made in that map that really just handed the victory over to Emergence. So hopefully they can learn from that. They can keep themselves a little bit more level-headed and make those better decisions coming in further weeks of their play.
Well, we can look at our round 5 that's still playing out. White Lotus would take a victory over Melt. Zealous would take a victory over St. Louis. And Team Mystic would also take a victory over Revenge Nation. So far, everybody else is still in the middle of their play. And if we look at our overall leaderboard, 6 teams will qualify. Currently, it's Mystic, Arial Rise, Revenge Nation, White Lotus, and Intense rounding up that top 6. Actually, Emergence is now going to be sneaking in there as well with their victory, putting them in 6th place. Now, that doesn't factor in the teams that are still playing, so that leaderboard will change. But if you have your points now, that'll move you up forward. But, Billy, I think our round 6 or round 5 has now pretty much concluded for us on the casting desk. It was an interesting series, to say the least. If you want to still watch our final round of the day, that will be round 6, taking place as soon as we publish all of round 5. Well, please do keep this tab open. Don't go anywhere. We're back with you as soon as we can. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to UPL. We currently find ourselves in the Open Qualifier. This is game number 6, the final one of today, and it's going to be a brilliant showing. Arial Rise versus Aggro. My partner in crime, Blue Panda, probably doesn't need an introduction whatsoever. My friend, welcome.
Well, we're back for yet another matchup. It will be Arial Rise back on stream again. They're taking on Aggro, a team that has made quite a name for themselves in the competitive scene over the last couple of months. Well, we're not going to take too long. There was a bit of a break, so we'll jump straight into the map ban phase, see where we're going to be heading to today. We've seen Chalet, we've seen Cafe. Do we get some more diversity in the map pool today? Well, we'll have to wait and find out as we will slowly get them onto your screen. What are you hoping here for, Chief? It's not going to be Villa, thank God. But there's still a number of options left available.
I'm expecting Chalet to be removed instantly by Arial Rise. They were a little bit awkward on that map. It wasn't their most comfortable, but yeah, it's still making it through this ban phase so far. I'm expecting probably one of the most bog standard maps. Clubhouse is the best map for Aggro. They are known for it, but Aggro will remove their own best map in favor of Coastline. Now, Aggro, if you know them, they're known for one particular thing, being aggressive. The executes on Clubhouse are nothing but swift tanks. And when you take them over to Coastline, a map that's all about being aggressive, well, that seems interesting. But it's fair to note that Arial Rise, as shown today in our first stream, is also aggressive and capable of winning gunfights. So, Billy, I can promise you, this map is going to be nothing but players clicking heads.
This is going to be a map overseen by the Parks and Rec department because it's going to be an absolute playground, especially with Arial Rise banning out the Ash. We might even see a Jaeger as well to follow that up. We do see teams bringing that one out, especially when there are incredibly capable entries on the board. No, it's going to be Valkyrie to follow things up. And, well, final ban. Chief, what are we expecting? What priority has there going to... What priority will there be at all in this final ban?
It's going to be a Melusi, my guess. Now, we could probably also see a Miraz, but she's actually been making out these Coastline ban phases a lot more often now. But there she goes, Mira off the board, which means Melusi will be up. And that's going to force the attackers to take on more utility. And why Melusi might have been a strong ban over Mira, as we have to go to the atypical ban of the Ash. Ash now has 3 ranged breaching charges, which means she can remove a lot of utility. She can remove multiple shields, multiple Melusis, or anything that's in her way. Now, it's at the opportunity cost that she can't burn her own ADSs, but that's still something that Arial Rise, being a coordinated team, being led by Dash, is more than capable of. We're going to see the Lord Tachanka be shown in our 6-pick phase, an operator that hasn't received a lot of love since his rework, now that he has access to fire grenades very similar to Smoke. But Silence is going to make a sensible 6-pick into Jaeger. Now, one thing I want to note, Rexav.aggro is not the real Rexav from the former Gatekeeper roster, now known as Mystic. That is actually Splash. So he's just trying to mess with everybody. Sorry to spoil the problem, or spoil the game, Splash, but at least he woke up for a series and a qualifier. That's a plus.
Hey, look, how unfortunate would it be for Arial Rise to get clapped by Rexav twice in one day? Well, we will have to wait and see. It's aggro, though. They're a very capable team. Their name definitely does them justice. Hopefully this time, no Axes. He's not going to be struggling to contest on the defense with those windows in play. Hopefully they can give us a real showing here. Bit of lag, but we're getting into it. Kitchen defense, start things off, and look at that offsite presence. It is a go-to on a map like Coastline. You want to be playing all over the map. You can get so much coverage. The flanks can be absolutely crippling. And, well, Arial Rise, they're going to look to try and get themselves into the building early.
We are going to see the fast execute style of operators in play. It is going to be all about attacker information. We had the Dokkaebi in our 2 phone calls. We had the Lion in his 3 scans where he can see youth moving through a wall. And we have the fake Rexav Splash electing to go for an aggressive gunfight. He will be somewhat successful in that. Og is going to lose a lot of HP. That was an opportunity to use maybe one of those Dokkaebi calls, one of those Lion calls to try to capitalize on that rotation. But nonetheless, Splash is just going to walk backwards and deal with Adapt as he finds him with the MK.
Well, rip Rexav. It's a good start. They're getting some payback from the map they played earlier against the actual Rexav. But they've still got more to deal with here. Oh, Eddie down. They'll just completely obliterate speed. So we have no idea what's going on for the moment. There we go. We're back in it. Who would have thought? Unfortunately, his nitro cell had been replaced with a tactical nuke, because that seems to be what's happening. Well, already we've seen one off the board. What more can Arial Rise find?
Well, they're going to have to find us a new router. That's going to be the first step to continue on the destruction. Now, we've seen a lot of players elect in favor of the Buck over a Sledge, simply because, well, you have access to that vertical play. You have the option of, going in through hookah, sitting that Buck skeleton ski sky high, removing that smoke spot pressure. Now, it is fair to note you can actually do the exact same thing with a frag grenade per se from Sledge, but you don't necessarily have the accuracy where you can just remove every bit of flooring away from the smoke, where the frag grenade's only going to remove a small portion of it.
What a still kicks. He's steering through into service. Oh, the slideshow, he's coming. Okay, we're back in it. So slideshow now progressing to actual life hit. Axe fell, and so did Silent while we were in that little bit of a break. And look at that, the rotate coming in from behind. Main lobby could be a real point of contention. Hit Eddie as well around that entrance into kitchen itself, and kicks. Surprise, surprise, anchoring down on the bottom side is that he does go out. There's one left. Toxic canister really going to slow things down. If he throws one close, he might shut down this plant, but he's a little bit over aggressive. It will be secured here by Woods, and I have no idea where Eddie is right now. It's all on Asian. He's gunned down. Eddie's yeah, look, let's not talk about Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie's just hanging out upstairs. Well, he gets himself a kill, so he forces us to talk about him. 30 seconds left on the clock. He's looking like he wants to go for a vault out. Dami is waiting here patiently with his arms open up wide. There's the vault out, and there goes Eddie. Forced to die. His feet didn't even leave the window seal. There were so many bullets going in his direction. Yeah, his feet did ever left it. He started the vault animation. I mean, where else would he go? I mean, a perfect read in by Arial Rise. They knew that their player died upstairs, and the best way of getting back to the bomb site is flying out that window. Smart plays by Arial Rise, and good use of their utility. Great operator selection allowed them to take that map control, and members of aggro, they never really found the impact frags that they wanted. Too many of their players lost, well, silly gunfights, or gunfights that they never truly entered in, all starting with Splash's death as he walked backwards into hookah.
Yeah, look, I think that kill feed, the death cam, well and truly, I want to take that, edit it over, you know, the arms of an angel. Just that song would be perfect for the unfortunate demise of Splash there. Oh, Eddie there, not Splash. They've switched over. But we're going back to kitchen service. We have a slightly different setup here. The Aruna making its way through. Interesting though. I could have seen something along those lines, but this roam game, it was almost good, but then Eddie was off on his own. So hopefully they play something a little bit more cohesive, playing sort of slightly tighter roam game. We have two players who can refrag off each other. They need to keep control of the vertical.
And there are multiple ways of defending this bomb site as well as hacking. Sometimes putting all of your resources on holding this vertical play just doesn't really give you what you want. Sometimes you'd be better off expanding over to the billiards table, holding long angles into VIP, and shutting down that rotation. You can also couple that with some pressure on the white stairs, and you can defend your bomb site without actually being on the bomb site. And that's a crucial thing about kitchen, because if you stack all of or some of your defenders down in that kitchen well, you're going to start to lose a lot of engagements from that vertical play, because an attacker above will always have the advantage on you in any gunfight you go into. So you have to be prepared for some type of contingency and able to take gunfights. But Arial Rise are going to try to replicate their success that they had in round one, slowly starting to clear out VIP, where they have to be very cautious of, because there are members of aggro lurking by, and to make that even more sweet for them, they're holding angles in through battle.
Well, we are just seeing that first minute dwindle away, and Arial Rise, they know where things are, but there's the vertical pressure they need to worry about. They know that there's players upstairs on the roam. Logic Bomb does go out, and Domi trying to find that bullet hole angle. If they find this, that'd be ruthless. They're pinching it on the player top. White Orgs there as well. This is a precarious position. Throne will be shot out. Splash is in a world of danger, and he's dead. Never mind, no chance. Just the coverage from the attackers, the EE1D and the Logic Bomb. Yeah, there was no getting out of that.
That's a textbook example of how to use your utility to remove pressure. And Asian decides to take a really slow yet aggressive ping. Known for his mechanical skill, that was something that we don't see out of him all that often. You know, if he's stood up and, you know, quick peek that, which he normally does, he might have got a kill, but just to slowly crouch walk around the door frame, I mean, it didn't net him anything. Aggro, once again, on their kitchen defense, they're going to find themselves the large man disadvantage by 2.
Let's see them hide now.
Well, they're down the 2 roamers, so it's all the on-site anchors now, and the vertical control has been succeeded yet again. Maybe Eddie can flank up and find something through theater. He's got to be winning those guns by spots one. He takes it slow, takes it safe, waits for the opportune moment, brings. Does take down Org, but they've lost another on the backside of it. Silent to 4. EE1D does go out and kicks. He's swinging. That's a frag grenade. He's got the F590. He can't connect. Arial Rise will mop up the scraps. No chance there. Just being shut down at every turn.
Now, to Aggro's credit, they are a team that is known for their attacks. That's what makes them so lethal. And Coastline, common wisdom would say this map is attacker-sided. Now, it has gone back and forth between actually being that case, but right now, with the way Arial Rise is taking that map control, the way that they're just shutting down the roam presence of Aggro, it seems like that storyline will continue to pan out. Now, Aggro losing Kitchen twice in a row, this is going to force them to change up their bomb sites. The problem is, if they went for a full site rotation, going 1, 2, 3 through their rotation, well, they would possibly have the option of going to their primary, secondary, and tertiary bomb site twice. Now, if the tertiary bomb site does come up, we're only going to see Aggro have access to it once.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Well, what is the answer here? The Rowan game is not working. Asian is 0-2 right now. Hasn't been able to find the damn thing. Splash bringing out the Maestros for Hooper Billiards. I mean, again, it's a map where you're not going to see anything wildly diverse. Most strategies have been delved into. I think the most diverse you're going to get is on the attack more than anything. And, well, I mean, maybe this is the bomb site they need. Maybe it's the momentum shift that they will require to get a round on the board. It's again, it's a case that they have to win their gunfights, so they're just not doing that at the moment. They've only found 3 frags coming into round number 3.
5 seconds left.
I mean, we always love to hype up Aggro for being a team that is known for exactly that, you know, winning their duels. And it's weird to see them with so many players on their team rocking donuts right now. I mean, their logo isn't a volcano after all. It's for their aggressive plays. They erupt out of a bomb site. They erupt into a bomb site. They create chaos on their execute. They create chaos on their defense. It stems from their ability to roam together. And that's the key aspect. It's that roam together play. I haven't seen Aggro play off each other once. It's all been, you know, solo plays, solo executes. And, you know, everyone says, oh, Coastline's a fragger-heavy map, and we can just turn our brains off. But to a certain extent, you actually have to turn your brains on more, because if you make aggressive plays with teamwork, it becomes something that's impossible to deal with when you're on attack.
Well. That's it's going to be an interesting one. Momentum needs to be built through though. Arial Rise just don't show any signs of slowing down. The coverage, the logic bomb and the E1D, they're pairing up so well, providing that information. And it means that Domi and Axe can swing and find those frags. Again, just big ground conceded early, no real resistance coming out of aggro. What needs to change?
Again, it's their ability to actually hold this map control. Asian's going to go for an aggressive swing, immediately losing that gunfight, but the fake Rexavia splash will take that refrag back. So into equal man count we go, and the best player so far up to round 3 for Arial Rise, Axe, has now been removed from the lobby. Now, Buck taking a linear push in through Aqua is a unique thing. Earlier we were talking about the power of that Buck skeleton key on that second floor, and you've foregone that altogether, trying to remove that smoke spot position. Now, Smoke has retreated back as he's trying to be a little bit more conscious of his positioning. And Arial Rise still trying to be successful on this linear tank, and Woods taking damage. It's all about the Nile strategy, and so far, in round 3, Aggro has done a solid job of it.
I mean, at the moment, 0-1-3 for Asian. He's still not finding any frags. They get one back. Have the equalizer. Unfortunately, the positioning is very, very good here for Arial Rise. They can explode onto the site, pick the log, road ahead of him. He's got a lot of work to do here with those toxic canisters. If you look at the pinch in from the backside, they are looking to get that global coverage so they can execute onto the bomb site safely. 27 seconds left. This is interesting. We might even see the pressure coming in from below. It's 2 looking to drop. Hey, well, just the 1. Okay, not quite close to them. He's looking across the courtyard trying to find some sort of angle, but the counter is there. Look at that, just sprinting full pelt. Silent in blue. He's going to be gunned down from behind. Luckily, they do get back onto that. They found the return. Rexamy swinging hard with the elder. All of a sudden, it's Domi alone. He will get 1, but not really any time left for him to do it. Doesn't matter. Oh my, okay, calm down here.
And see, that's the thing that Aggro needed to adjust. They all play together as a team. This wasn't an actually aggressive roam for them, it was an anchor defense. They put a lot of their troops onto one bomb site, and they just held the entire fort all around. That was perfect team synergy and coordination. And Aggro's actually going to be taking one of their technical timeouts right now. Maybe there's some, issues going on behind the Aggro side, because this is not characteristic aggro that we're used to seeing. Maybe, they're just going to talk amongst themselves, change up their strategies, or maybe there's a technical issue going on. But a perfect use of their pause. They were able to stop the bleeding naturally in round 3 by winning that round, but obviously they still identified some problems.
Yeah, look, I mean, Aggro has always been a team, at least in the interactions that I've had with them and from what I've seen of them. They're a team that thrives on the attack because that is where that aggression comes from. You can achieve a certain level of aggression on the defense, aggressive roams, aggressive flanks, but there's an answer to that currently on the board. EE1D plus the logic bomb plus the fact that, Arial Arise are just hitting their shots and winning gunfights. Look, it is what it is, and they do finally get one on the board. At the very least, they've found one round, so it's not a total blowout, but they need to get... honestly, it's a 4-2 half. That's best case scenario, I think, for them at the moment. They want the 4-2 half so they can go on to the attack and then play their game. Because 3-3 would be ideal, obviously. But at the moment, the way things are going, Arial Arise look better on the attack.
So stepping away from this series for a quick second, I wonder how they actually got the orc aggro and fit their playstyle. Did aggro build a team designed about being aggressive, or did a team designed about being aggressive find an org called aggro? I always wonder that one question in my mind, because how did we find this perfect harmony of aggressive teams, aggressive org just coming together? Actually, probably be more funny if aggro was not an aggressive team. If there's some super methodical, calculated team like Dark Zero, who doesn't need to be aggressive, they just use strategy to win, and maybe not living up to the org's name, but still funny.
Well, they do fit it to a T, so hopefully we can see that aggression come through and then start to play out for them, because at the moment they have been quiet up until round number 3, where they finally got Hookah done and dusted. I feel like, they're probably being stifled a little bit with the Logic Bomb EE1D combo. They don't have that freedom of mobility. Yes, you got a Vigil. It's going to be a bit rough, but we head down to Kitchen. 3rd time in 4 rounds that we're seeing this bomb site, Chief.
This is the opportunity to bring out your tertiary bomb site. Technically, it doesn't really matter when you bring it out, since you're only guaranteed to see it one more time. And Kitchen has been attempted far too often. Aggro, they struggled on this defense. They never really held that real estate. And maybe the technical timeout for Aggro was to understand what problems they had down in the kitchen. Now they're going to try to rectify them. It is going to be splashed on the Oryx. That seems to be the change they've elected for. The Rooney and her gates no longer in this lobby. And that is quite an interesting change to have. But some of the kills that Aggro was getting was their ability to retake that top floor. While not a permanent retake, they were able to get kills. And if we look at face value, Oryx is designed to get you killed by flying up a hatch. So if the attackers have flank drones on the 2 stairwells, if they by chance have an air jabs, which Nomad is not in play, well, you can go up any of the hatches, whether or not it's Hookah or Aqua, and now you can come from a position that Arial Rise may not be prepared for.
Well, we are in, they are getting things underway. Hopefully Asian can find some more ground to keep hold of here, because at the moment we're silent. So is Org, unfortunately, at the moment. It's still early days. They still have the opportunity to bounce back and get into this matchup. Rexavy on the Oryx, you love the Jordanian, the Rebadash coming in hard. It can be a real disruption factor in some of these close quarters gunfights, and could enable them to pick up some cheap cracks, not to mention the potential road trap fade in and get above their opponents, or take some damage early. That's insignificant. But Chief, this is very much a case. It feels like Arial Arise, they've lost last round, now they're testing the water with Rexavy. He's going to be revealed, look at that, just the combo of the Logic Bomb and the E, it's so terrifying.
But if you're going to have the utility in your face, Oryx is the best operator for it. He allows you just to kind of get out of that circumstance. The problem is, when you find yourself with a greener pasture, don't return over to the already trodden into the mud grass. like Splash just did there. He saved with his life, and decided he just takes the gunfight once again. Now, sure, it's a different gunfight over by Pink Bar, but you're still trying to do the thing. If he went over to reception, for example, and just held that angle, he would have been a lot more successful. Now, his teammate of Silent is going to be droned out over by security, but he's actually able to win that duel. All the information in pocket for Arial Rise, but they never actually used any of those lion scans to be able to deal with that. That's because that gadgetry was still being charged.
Well, next played. Ooh, Eddie with a long-range trade. Takes the brunt of the damage there, not able to take out his opponent. Sorry, that's harder to hold onto things. 1E, 1D, 1 logic bomb left, and Silo pulling back into... Silent pulling back in the main lobby. They're grouping up for that inevitable push, which will be coming any moment right now. Sunrise bar, long angles being opened up. Adapt looking to use that DMR. It is a great tool in some of these gunfights, not to mention the big mag in the hands of Woods as well. 30 seconds left on the clock. Kick still has 2 toxic canisters, could stall out this push when it does come, but full angles here for Asian. Logic bomb going out. It's going to be Eddie to open things up onto Axe. That is a big frag to be finding. That is a lot of pressure that is no longer there for the team. Silent finds another Adapt falling. He doesn't care. He's going to win the gunfight. Asian from above times Woods. Arial Rise crumbling under the pressure that aggro are finally finding. And oh my lord, Kicks had every idea that Domi was there. Swings in, SMG 11 to the dome. And aggro will equalize the score.
And that's exactly the change aggro needed. On paper, it wasn't a big change. It was just being more present in that round, never really giving away map control. And Arial Rise trying to do a 2-4 linear take, clearing in from that pink side of the map. And once they found themselves in a roadblock, whether or not it was a defender shooting at them, they never really were able to deal with that. They wasted the entire round. They looked at their wristwatch and they said, we have no time. We have to go for a swift execute. Let's use that final amount of utility. Let's push in through this door frame and hope that we can win our duels. And why they probably could have won the duels on the side, since they never actually cleared the maps, good fundamental placements for aggro allowed them to stay over in reception, taking long engagements. That's why I wanted Oryx to stay alive. If Oryx had a 1.5 time sight, he could hold that position better, but the 416 without its ACOG is good enough for the job still. Here comes that tertiary bomb site now, moving over to the double bar, and just judging by the reinforcements from aggro, it seems like it's going to be a linear execute, or linear defensive execute, with an expansion over to kitchen.
Standard site setup as you'd expect to open the floors into courtyard so you can actually contest. No rotate between the two sides just yet.
10 seconds left
As I
before
believe
insertion.
Old Kicks is off doing his own thing. He's the one with the impacts.
5 seconds.
There's a lot of utility that still has not yet to go down. They aren't taking their time, being very, very thorough with it. There we go. Bulletproof camera. Taking a few shots to open the hatch there. Old Splash himself, under the guise of, you know, one of the players that did deal that devastating loss to Arial Rise earlier in the day.
Attackers have recovered
Again,
their
it still
diffusers.
doesn't look like we have those rotates in between the two bomb sites. Kick still has both impacts in hand, and he's heading up.
You know what, Billy? I'm really excited to cast Rexavy versus Rexavy, and we'll find out which Rexavy is better. Now, I will say, all jokes aside, Splash coming into aggro recently has been a breath of fresh air. Now, aggro had to depart with one of their teammates due to some unforeseen circumstances, and Splash had big shoes to fill. And the few games that I've seen him play have been nothing but impressive. The kid has some mechanical skill, he has great game knowledge, and Axe, who has the exact same protege style of play, well, he's going to find himself really not understanding that vertical pressure is the name of the game for this defensive play from aggro as he steps on the landmine of a nitro cell.
Unfortunate. Some of these nitro cells have been quite clean today. I know we had a couple of decent ones last night and as well for the OCL. So a lot of utility usage coming in quite clean in recent days. Asian has found a frag. Unfortunately, Org has not yet. And well, with us getting deeper and deeper into the round, we are getting closer to the second half of things. Logic bomb going out there. So Org on the hunt, looking to pick up those players that are being called at the moment. Eddie does not care. Asian a little bit more so. Will deactivate his phone, but as we're getting that much closer to the end of this Arial Rise, they're still not quite sure how they want to get in.
found Mudroom as a potential gap in the aggro's defense, but if they want to actually push into this area, well, they're going to have to deal with Splash. Sitting over here in the corner of the pink bar, he has a deployable shield, he has reinforcements, and Jaeger ADS to make sure he's going to be safe and sound for as long as possible. He also hasn't used any of his toxic baits. And the reason he's on this side of the shield is so he doesn't get slammed from that east window and also can take gunfights. The problem was he did take gunfights, but that was far too aggressive for him. He needs to waste time. You can't lose a smoke with 30 seconds of time to now in his back pocket. A good refrag for Arial, but they still have to deal with the B control.
Well, Augie finds 2 in the round. Doubling up will go down for his troubles, though. So we are back even. And across the board, Eddie swings in, finds it at Woods. He's on the plant at the moment. Shut it down, swinging. The plant does go down. He shuts Woods down as well. They're just all there. In aggro. They will take it. Oh, my Lord. Poor man. Poor Arial Rise, and with the amount of time left, they could still continue for a few more seconds.
You think Silent is a little happy about that play? I mean, that was looking to be an Arial victory. As soon as Splash lost that engagement, it came down to aggro taking back Hookah. That flank back up through those Cool Vibe stairs was the perfect position. And after that, the true cost coverage of that plant was broken. It was putting far too much pressure on the player holding into mud. Because when you have the bomb going down on the ground, that player is unable to be gun up, which means it's technically, in that scenario, a 1v3. A swift retake of B, gunfights go out, aggro able to win it, and they deserve celebration for that. We were saying that aggro started off on the back foot in a manner that was about as far from the traditional aggro as possible. But with 3 in the row for the Volcano boys, it seems like they have rectified their mistakes. A step in the right direction for them. Is this going to be a 3-3 half or a 4-2 split for defense Hunter?
1 round to play. Hookah Brilliance with a pulse pick. This is an interesting change. We're seeing out Eddie, who currently is sitting quite high up in the frag, second on the leaderboard behind Dummy, who has had a pretty standout performance. Well, I mean, I'm so excited to see how this half ends. They have been bringing it back. Aggro, they dropped rounds 1 and 2, and then all of a sudden it's 3 rounds in a row. Not every day that you see the defensive half play out this way for a team.
10 seconds left.
I mean, that's the thing about Coastline. It has been defender-sided, it's been attacker-sided, and it's been neutral. It's so difficult to tell whether or not the series is on the attacker-sided. Even in the true defending-sided metas, some of them would just go attacker-sided. I mean, it is Rainbow Six Siege after all, and that last part, Siege, kind of implies that the attackers have to, you know, take the map. They have to break down the fortifications. They have to take the keep. And that's just sometimes difficult to do, particularly when you have operators like Pulse in play. Eddie, on this heartbeat sensor, this cardiac sensor, it allows him to get free information. That's going to prompt him to send a nitrocell downrange. It doesn't connect at all, and Adapt has learned that his pressure has been compromised, forced to return out, and Eddie now taking a duel over by White.
They're going hard at it at the moment. Still no damage dealt. Very close, but this EE1D has proved a real thorn on the side of aggro. Logic Bomb as well being paired with it. The amount of time that they have coverage for information gathering is absolutely wild. 1 minute spent, they're going for that vertical control once again. But it's interesting they're committing to this, given that it isn't a kitchen bomb site.
Thing is, you have to have this map control if you go into kitchen. Because if you don't have VIP, that's going to be one of your your cutoffs to shut down the bomb sites. If you have them stuck in a position where they can't retreat, and wow, speaking of not being able to retreat, Adapt is going to die to the floor. I was going to say, Eddie's misplay with the nitro cells definitely put aggro in an interesting place, but at the end of the day, you might not need a nitro cell when you can just shoot through the floor. Now, fortunately, where they're standing, you can't nitro cell that is a concrete floor, so they are safe for now, but that wall bang seems to alert members of Arial Rise that they could be nitro cell from underneath. Asian's going to lose another duel, sitting at 1 and 5 still in this series. Zach has all of luck.
just the fact that we see this Arial Rise team, they're not constantly moving, which you need to be doing knowing that there's holes on the board. And it wasn't even, you know, the threat of a nitro cell. They just have showed a willingness to be stagnant. They will stop and start and stop and start, and that's where Eddie's going to find those frags from below. We saw it already on the dap. Spent too long trying to set up the logic bomb and got punished for it. And if they're not keeping their toes, if they're not constantly moving, they just don't have the option here inside. Corridor all the way down. Might be able to find even more, but it's told me to find Splash as well. Catching him unawares, finding that big frag. Toxicant is going to be going out. Eddie 1D as well to follow it up. Eddie rotating up full sits with the full white screen in the process. And there we go, silent for one, silent for two, as both X, or three even, as it's just Org to try and stop it. And it's Eddie to snake away the 4K. Aggro, drop 2 rounds and win 4 on the back side of the half. They go into their attacking side very confident.
Aggro had the man disadvantage going into the final seconds of the round. Arial Rise had the positional advantage. They're prepared to go for the plant. The problem was they wasted too much time over on the master bedroom side. They looked at the clock. They saw it was the doomsday hour. They flood into the bomb site. They win some duels, but not enough of them. They weren't covering their planter, and that allows for the miraculous play that we saw come through. I mean, sometimes when a round just isn't going your way, the only way to rectify it is have one of your teammates pop off. A great avenue for Aggro just to say, you know what, our strategy has failed. Thankfully, our mechanical skill hasn't had that. That's a 4-2 split for Aggro. Now they're going to be going over to attack, and it's going to be a similar operator lineup. However, there is one change. Dokkaebi will no longer be on the board in favor of the Nomad for extra flank watch.
Yeah, look, it's a slightly different approach. Same, but different at the end of the day. Nomad instead of the Dokkaebi. Sort of filling the same role. One is more reactive than throw out. It is what it is. Aggro, they've got the momentum coming up this Arial Rise. They need to dig deep and bring something back. Dummy playing on Diego could be the one to do it, as well as act on the vigil. Deep roam is the priority, obviously, plus that heavy anchoring combo of the Maestro and the Smoke. There's going to be resistance at all stages in the map, but even X setting up some bullet holes through theater as well, just prepping himself should he need to go for those angles. Arial Rise, they might be able to take this on these scrappy spread gunfights, but if Aggro play to their style, they are just going to overwhelm them.
So we saw Buck be used all across the board for Arial Rise, but here at Hookah, Buck never pushed in from underneath, really using that skeleton key as an asset. Now with Aggro droning out over by the security as well as offices, this is starting to make me believe that we're going to see that offices to blue bar X. That way, so you can get the best of that skeleton key utility. Now, Asian has control of offices. He takes the control of blue now, but he has to be very careful because his flank is being watched by an air jab, but it's also being occupied by a member of Arial Rise.
They get themselves an early X kill to Asian. Asian is just cursed, and the splash will equalize onto Dummy. So one of those key roamers taken off the board early on. No chance for a late round pinch in to cover as the plant goes down. Just look at the ground. Aggro have a far more accelerated push on the attack than we saw out of Arial Rise. They can look to abuse this.
I mean, Arial Rise will always capitalize on every single mistake. If you leave a hole, they'll nuke the hole and make it bigger. Splash is going to unfortunately find himself in the exact same scenario. Axe taking that duel is just going to rotate back up the Cool Vibe stairs, reinforcing his bomb site with a man count advantage. That Arial Rise works so hard to achieve, and he walks his way into the bomb site, being grabbed by a Malusi Wub Wub, but somehow not being capitalized by members of Arial Rise. Finally, Wood's going to go for the swing. It's a tandem coupled by and down. Now a 1v3, kicks in the sign. He gets the down. It's now effectively a 1v1. He might not know this, but now he's returned back into Malusi Wub Wubs, and Og is able to go for the swing based off that audio cue. That was a roller coaster of a round that Aggro nearly brought back from the brink of destruction, but good reads by Arial Rise coupled with their utility.
Well, that's a big round to be picking up against them. One round closer. Kitchen service coming out here for Arial Rise on the defense. The last round was good. It was clean. Aggro Not quite the round that they were hoping for, I think, coming into the half.
Of course, I mean, you always want to maximize as many of those rounds as possible, and that was a round that Aggro let slip away through their fingertips. Kitchen service coming through, a Rooney once again being shown up, and it's really nice to see new operators released from quarantine allowed into the competitive pool and see how that they're impacting these series. Because,
need
like
to
we were
locate
saying
and
in
defuse
all
as
of
many
our
bombs as
well,
they
other
can.
games today, a Rooney is the option that you have if you don't want to bring out any of those Will My Pancakes, because she'll also act as a castle. And to make that castle storyline even more sweet, she doesn't have a secondary shotgun, but her hammer fist is good enough to remodel walls. I believe the storyline was she was in a car crash with thermite and she lost parts
No,
of her
it was
body.
so they had it was an IED or some terrorist explosive, and they were trying to get it out of there. His
10
thermite was
seconds
trying to
left before
defuse it,
insertion.
and it went off and cost her arm and leg. I believe that's what the cinematic was. I don't think it was yeah, I don't think it was a car crash exclusively. It was a bit more to it.
Fair enough. All I remember is both of them in the bed of a truck, and then the truck is like crashed, and body parts of Aruni are everywhere. Now, interesting that she makes a rotation in the triple wall over by Wine, and then reinforces it. Now, this could be to say to the attacking team of Aggro, who might have had a drone over reception, hey, we have this place for rotation, we're going to be taking gunfights, and then they reinforce it, and then maybe the strategy of Aggro starts to change. I mean, interesting to invest that much time into doing something. Now, it's like 7 seconds, but that still could be a change. Og is going to go for a window melee, followed by a 180 flick shot for him. Silent on the solo push is going to be solo dead.
Unfortunately, being caught out early. It's the buck as well. You want that vertical control. No sledge on the board. No breach charges either. So that is rough. That is going to cost them a little bit here. They're going to have to win their heads-up gunfights. And I mean, Arial Arise, the way they're playing, they might just be able to bring this one back.
You know, in every single game, I always see Asian with his red dots. It doesn't matter what operator he's playing. If he's playing Ash, he's playing a red dot. And it's perplexing. I mean, especially on our hologram operator, you have access to a G36 angle grip and a 2-time sight. That can be quite a menace. I mean, even look at Splash. A similar lineup, he's going to get a kill with it. And it's Axe, one of the best members of Arial Rise, falling the second highest frag currently in the series. And that's going to be a strong position for Arial Rise as they begin to continue on their clear. They find a deployable shield and ADS is in their way. This is going to spawn an aggressive play in from Woods, who realizes his position is fully compromised. He's going to continue on with these plays, but bullets are whizzing over his head, nearly getting his face removed from his body. He calls in some additional help, but he might not need it as he deals a lot of damage over to the fake Rex via Splash.
Yeah, Orgros had it in behind the bomb chassis and a frag grenade came, and you can just see oh no, I didn't leave now. Okay, run away, and all of a sudden, I mean, there's time left, and Domi finds the kill onto Asian. They are just dwindling these numbers. Asian lucky to avoid the old 007 situation. Eddie finds one that is traded out immediately by a dash. Swinging in Rex, slash splash. We'll find another double kill for him in the round, and it gives them that opportunity, gives them the opening to get into the bomb site and go for that plant. What can they do off the back of it though? Last time they got they were fragged out. It was sprayed through the wall. Is it going to be good? One in bathroom as well. No! The Arial Arise line up both the frags. And Aggro will lose out again. Scores now equalizing at 4-4.
We always talk about team plays on a bomb retake, and that's a textbook example of that. Arial Rise swung together, and the point that we're making when the planter is putting the bomb down, that is effectively a 1v2. And that's very difficult to cover 90 degrees that you're constantly being shot from. A perfect play by Arial Arise. And it seems like this series is leaning a little bit more towards the defense. Tertiary bomb site's going to come through. A Rooney once again will be shown. But it's going to be coupled by the frost. Those mats are going to make vaulting through windows a little bit more difficult, but also a lot of reconstruction
Defenders,
ability.
protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I'm not sure what to make of this matchup. We saw Arial Rise get swept by Mystic earlier. Aggro, they are a team that more often than not favors the attacking side because they can be aggressive and push in. We're not quite seeing that. It's not like it's not that they're not aggressive. It's just they're hesitant. That's what it feels like at the moment. they just started. Well, they ended the first half so well. They came into the second half, absolutely nothing. Although it could be a case of history repeating itself. Arial Rise finds the opening 2 rounds of each half, and then aggro take it out. We won't know until this round plays out whether or not that is going to be the case. But Arial Rise, they've got momentum back in their own favor.
I mean, half of the storyline has to be Asian struggling to find impact kills, sitting at 1 in 7 in this series. Now, support players sometimes find themselves in that exact same rut where they're never really in engagements. It's not their job to take map control. Then all of a sudden they're against 5 other players, and it doesn't matter how good of a support player you are, you're never going to be able to win that. But Asian seems to be in bad gunfight after bad gunfight. Case in point, he gets sprayed down through a green barricade randomly. I mean, Axe knew that his position was compromised. He wanted to leave that, so he sends some warning shots. And unfortunately, those warning shots hit straight into Asian's vest. And he's going to have to take the remainder of his gunfight at 75 HP. So slightly nerfed Asian is in a dangerous position. And same thing can be said for the other SMG-11 bro. Woods is taking a lot of damage from Splash on a unique and deep angle.
Yeah, but one that we saw played earlier, so was similar to anyway, but Domi, he's going to find kicks. And off the Warthog finds Eddie as well. Oh my lord, it's just all coming apart here for aggro. They ended the first half so well, and coming into the second, they just have not had a shot at all. Not every day that you see a defender-sided coastline. In fact, it's not every day that you see a map like this defender-sided at all. And aggro don't seem to have an answer. This is visible confusion coming out here.
Yeah, it's all about that goal setting, and when Splash, that new pickup starts heat up, that could be your saving grace, but he's immediately refragged back out by Adapt. A 2v4. We haven't even hit that 90-second mark, just eclipsing that now, and practically half the lobby had lost their engagement. Now 1v3 is trades again, all in favor of Arial Rise. Asian, this is an opportunity to pad those stats, taking those duels. He was teasing the bombs. A bad reload might have cost him out, but fortunately for him, he still had enough bullets in the chamber to take that. Now he actually has strong position because it's offsite pressure for Arial Rise. He can rotate over to the blue bomb site and go for a sneaky plant, but he might not know that there's pressure from Dami over in T-Hunt, who's holding a passive angle, and this is going to be the opportunity for aggro to rotate over to blue. There seems to be some yellow pings to give that information, or Dami just has that audio cue. Asian forced to get off the diffuser to take these heads-up duels.
Has those frag grenades too. Could make something good. First headshot goes down. It's Woods to fall. 1v1. Dummy versus Asian. There's so much time left. Asian can play around this. Is he going to stick the fight? No, he pulls off. Could utilize one of those frag grenades. It'd be a risky one, especially in a 1v1 gunfight. You want to be able to have that ADS in play. Oh, look at this Dommy just baiting. The frag grenade will be thrown. Whoa, Dommy playing a dangerous game there. Will rotate back around. And oh my lord, Asian. He was sitting at 1, but he wins it out anyway. Aggro bounce back, and they get themselves the round lead again.
Well, you call the man out for not performing in the frag department, one of his best aspects, and he says, casters, I respect your opinion. You will now be wrong. And just steps up.
He's still doing better than Super.
Hey, I mean, it's not hard to do better than Super, Mr. Negative 104. I mean,
he popped into the stream of an ANZ tournament one time, and within 15 minutes, everyone was just posting his stats from Stage 1 last year. Like, it's rough. It's rough. It is going to be Hookah Billiards coming up next. This one is an interesting one. Last time, it didn't quite go the way I think they would have liked. But they have that opportunity to shut things down here.
And the thing is, the success factor for aggro is going to be putting their troops in places for information. I mean, an incredible 1v3 clutch by Asian, and that just shows his mechanical skill, but you have to nod his dead teammates. You can see those yellow pings are providing information. He knew exactly what was going on in that clutch. Whether or not it was Dami trying to tease his way through the door frame or leaving the door frame altogether, well, that gave Asian, plus his game sense, the understanding of exactly where Dami is going to be. That's what we expect out of aggro. So using that as a building block, they move forward and just try to put a drone in front of every single one of their entry fraggers. So in any engagement they have, the only reason they'll lose it is from their mechanical skill, not from a lack of information.
Attackers are moving to defuse the
Action
bomb.
phase coming in here. Dommy still leading that charge. The frag in this very clean. One round separates aggro from that point. Or Axe takes Rexy off, or Splash. I keep saying Rexy, I'm just reading it. Splash. Oh my lord, that's just a disgusting fag to find. Unfortunate loss of the Zofia there. As a result, gives Arial Rise the best opportunity to equalize the score yet again here in round number 10.
Was that a bullet hole from the south window of Pink Bar? If that Sunrise Bar window was that lethal point for a Splash, that is frustrating. That spot is as old as time. Everybody has been getting kills or dying from that spot probably since the first time this map came.
It was a punch. Yeah, okay.
Oh, that is the most basic spawn kill on this map. At least do like an OG Tachanka spawn kill if he was still in that capacity and just challenge towards by poolside. But I mean, it's all about knowing where the attackers are coming from. Strong defending plays. It's, you know, a good place for them to be in.
They have some ground upstairs. They are looking to cover their flanks as well. Kicks. You can use all those air jabs.
Loading new mate.
Something Woods finds the kill on the person I was just talking about. Unfortunate. This is looking bleak. They just don't seem to have an answer to this very, very stock standard, very, very solid defense coming out of Arial Rise. Frag grenade going to be tossed deep into Hookah. They need to try and thread some sort of needle, but just rotates out. No chance of being threatened there whatsoever. Maestro still going to be happy. Adapt still has that bullet hose. You can just feel them floundering. Grenades being thrown through drone holes even. This agent, they're so scared. They are so concerned about this defense, and we are... Honestly, I think this could end up being a flawless round for Arial.
While that's probably the case, I'm excited to see all 12 rounds, assuming that Arial Rise is able to take this round 3 or round 10. They have the entire map under their control. They push their thumb down, and aggro and every twist and turn are losing their man count. Only 3 of them remain. And the first round of Toxic Phase is being sent down range by Woods. Asian's can take a lot of damage from the SMG-11, but there's still enough of him left alive. And he's also going to be attempting to hold this flank, trying to shut down if any members of Arial Rise try to rotate in through VIP. A call comes out from Eddie, but he's also going to inhale that toxic gas, forcing him to retreat away. Now, all smoke grenades has been sent, so that's 20 seconds of without coverage, but since you have the man advantage, it's going to come down to these gunfights. A flank perfect for Axe. That's now be 2 kills for him. The solo push from below is silent. Well, he'll get one. It's a consolation prize. Members of Arial Rise are just dry peeking straight into him. Silent attempting to pad his stats. He knows one of his opponents is currently outside. He'll take the duel. He'll win the duel, but again, it was all about those stat pads. They were impactless kills at the end of the day as Arial Rise taking round 10, and that will confirm that all remaining 2 rounds of regular play will be needed.
I just wanted to see the skeleton key kill. I would have been down for that, but no. Not going to be given back even 5-5. Whoever picks up this next point will give themselves the security of overtime. And it's honestly looking more and more like Arial Rise are going to be the ones to pick it up first. They are just playing a far better game right now.
Now, I wonder if this is just a mastery of Coastline coming out by Arial Rise. Now, it's hard to call it a mastery since we're currently tied up. And we know aggro likes certain maps. I've seen them a ton on Clubhouse, like we were talking about during that map fan phase. So maybe, you know, aggro, this isn't their map. They're just trying to bring out new ideas, new maps. Now, also, Clubhouse may be something that they played against Arial Rise in other leagues, other play days, because keep in mind, SCS is where these 2 teams have done battle before, and it is no secret that aggro is a specialist of Clubhouse. In every one of their qualifiers, I think they only played, or they didn't play Clubhouse twice in the SCS qualifiers, which is mind-blowing to say the least. Yeah, they're a hyper specialist, but they are a perfectionist to say the least. And so far, you know, both teams have had great attacks. They've had great defenses, and that's put themselves, you know, toe-to-toe moving into the series.
Look, all I'm saying is that I'm upset that we have not seen the Boss GA code come out. We saw it in our opening map of the day, and I just feel let down. Arial Rise, they're not going to be pulling it out again. They have the opportunity, they have the means, and they just have the skill to make it work. I just don't see why you wouldn't.
Sadly, KA1 is just too normal of a gun. And maybe more players will bring out Boss G. You know, there are other weapons, other shotguns that can also take ACOGs, you know. M87 Neokong is always another option that, you know, the devs over at Ubisoft should, you know, bless us with. You know, buck shotguns always need ACOGs. Just makes everybody's day better. Imagine you're holding at close quarters, boom, ACOG. Makes your close quarters a little bit more zoomy.
I picked up an M870 Ace the other day on tower, and it really I hate it.
Tower?
Yeah, it was the worst. It was the most unpleasant kill Ace I've ever gotten.
Well,
Kicking
I mean,
things
sure
off though.
Tower.
Yeah, look, tower is not a fun map. Kicks though, he will kick things off. Domi going down, the lead fragger for this Arial Rise roster now hitting the dirt. Oh, Eddie finds Adapt as well. The two big fraggers for map number 1 now gone, leaving just Axe and Orb with the help of Woods in the anchor position to clutch things up here. Impact out, going for a long range. Oh, okay, good night, Eddie. Finds the head with all of the pixel. And that is a big kill to be finding.
A perfect use of that Vigil cloak. The call comes out. Well, Vigil is immune to all drones, and line calls are being facilitated by a drone in the sky. So he just takes the gunfight, and, well, members of aggro thought nobody could fly at them. That's great use of utility. Now the fort that Arial Rise was holding, it's going to be a little bit easier for them to hold, as it's now only a -1 man disadvantage. Aggro, however, is all post up over on this west door by jungle. Now, it's to their best interest to rotate somebody over to the north window of kitchen. That way, you can apply a crossfire and another means of insertion into the bomb site, so members of Arial Rise will always be caught on their toes when the execute comes through.
Utility down indeed. Slash finds Axe as well offside. This defense is just getting weaker and weaker. All rotates into the bathroom. You've still got Woods holding things down, but unfortunately it's a soft wall. He gets tagged up. How? Oh, they're just going to charge straight through the toxic canister. Asian goes down. He's caught. No damage dealt. I think there was a team down as well. Just a bit of a free fire through the soft wall. And, well, it's a little bit easier of a job for him. Not the easiest as he finds yet another. Unfortunately for him, Asian will rotate it in from the backside and finish things off. Aggro will move to map point first.
The storyline of these rounds are coming out to these opening duels, but more importantly, it's that secondary duel that's really dictating the pace of these rounds. If the team that got the opening duel is able to convert that as well as into another kill, it seems like teams are just incapable of doing anything after that. I mean, again, it is an FPS. Your roster count is going to be important, and honestly, that's probably the most lame, analyst you could have in a round where you say, oh, the rounds are going down to kills. But again, this is Coastline. We're seeing things start to evolve into this, showing a mechanical skill, and it's just coming down to these coin flip engagements where both rosters are so competent in that aspect. It's just, that one pixel of your positioning that's dictating the course of these rounds. Line has been forgone for the first time in this map in favor of a Jackal. Jackals are most commonly banned on this map because a Jackal ping is certain death on this map. You immediately will get stuck in a cutoff with no hope of rotating safely. And another adaptation is going to be Adapt on this Echo.
Production, can we get like a Jackal counter? Just how many times Chief said it just then? I think it was like 4 or 5, but... Look, the Echo, I love to see it come in. It's something that isn't played overly often. When it is, it can be used. It results inconclusive. So, production wasn't keeping track of that. I'm disappointed. The stats department needs an improvement.
I'll go yellow as well.
I think that... Chief, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that a regular drone or a Yoko drone that was just shot out by accident? No, okay, so Yoko's still there. It was a regular drone, but now they have an idea of where this Echo drone is.
I mean, you also confirm that. Wow, you get to see the Echo drone almost smoking on the ceiling. That's an interesting game bug. Now, Echo has been reworked where his drones are no longer invisible on the ceiling, but they're still just as useful. Because, let's be honest, you're in an engagement with 20 seconds left on the clock. I can promise you, you're not going to be looking at the ceiling to shoot an Echo drone. You're going to be looking at the place the bullets are coming. Because, let's be real, bullets tend to be a little bit more scary than a quad rotor drone that gets you drunk for free without asking permission. So, that's going to be an interesting tale to see how that continues to pan out. The deployable shield over by Tuck of that pink bar, well, it's been dealt with in a fast manner for aggro, and to make it a little bit more sweet for them, Woods is going to take a lot of damage.
As is Adapt, both. Oh, excuse me. Down the wrong hole. Oh, you might have to take it here, Chief. Oh, Lord.
Well, Billy has just died. Sad to say that. Rest in peace, Billy, as he fails to do the most basic human task, drinking liquids.
Look,
Now,
I'm
Aggro,
sorry. Drinking water upside down is hard.
Attackers recovered.
That is true. And it must suck to be a Kiwi. I mean, your summers and winters are all wrong. Your Christmases are literally during hot times of year. So, I mean, everything that happens in Kiwi land
there
is
is
just backwards.
nothing wrong with a Christmas barbecue, thank you.
Is that what you do in Kiwi land?
Attackers have
Yeah.
recovered their diffuser.
Christmas is a barbecue. You got some dessert, pavlova, whatever you want to call it. But at the moment, it's kick season early. Going to that plant. No one has died, and the plant is about to go down, Chief.
Well, this is going to be death and destruction for everybody, but it seems like Arial Rise in the bad end of that, all of a sudden, four of their teammates instantaneously erupt into flames, and the fifth will be joining shoot. Adapt is going to lose that engagement, and Aggro, they started off very
boy.
rockily. That was a 2-0
boy.
in the big end. Oh, the BM in the lobby. I was so focused on the BM, I forgot to turn my lights on. I mean, what a game by Aggro. Now, everybody knows each other in the lobby. That was fun banter, while it's seeming pretty toxic, but Aggro, they were on a heater. They wanted to show that the fire was still seeping from the mountains as they crashed the planes of Aggro. No more smiles on the plane logo for the boys at AA.
Yeah, look, Silent went to go pat the head of Arial Rise, but led with the elbow, unfortunately. Look, I mean, the Echo didn't do its job, unfortunately. I would imagine they got clear that Yoko drone very early on. The secondary one just was so far away that it couldn't achieve anything. Flawless wipeout. That was just Aggro living up to their name and our expectations in the final round. It took them a while, but they got their flawless round to close it up. Somehow the plant goes down with not a single person dying first, and then they just mop up everything after the fact. That's a rough way for Arial Rise to lose that matchup.
Now, I will say, the most important lesson that we learned from Aggro is fake Rexv, or Splash as he's better known as, needs to actually wake up for qualifiers. He did not do that yesterday. It forced Aggro in a bad position. Felt Winter had a substitute for them. But Splash kind of showed up in this series, not as traditional Splash by that name, but I guess he was trying to, pretend like he's a gatekeeper member. So there's that, but good on Aggro for doing that. If we look at the rest of the bracket that's currently being published, right now, Mystic, they would take a victory over Emergence. We'd see Zelos losing theirs. And we'd also see the final round be published from Dallas Vendetta over St. Louis. Interesting to see those go through. No surprise there. Team Mystic has been on a heater. We're currently finding ourselves in the 6th bracket of our qualifiers, and Mystic has yet to lose.
I mean, it's not every day that you see Arial Rise get dunked on twice by Rexv, and hey, look, I'm not one to complain, but it definitely sets an interesting precedent for the remainder and the next qualifiers.
And with that, Billy, it's been a pleasure to cast with you again. I know the Kiwi Challenger League stole you away from me, so it's been refreshing to see you move on to big, better things, but thank you for coming back down and hanging out with me for a day. It's been an absolute pleasure. And Ma XD today, well, it's what time is it over there? It's currently 4:18 a.m. He's gone away so he can hang out with his girlfriend at the early morning. Hyperton, that's why I'm going to be calling you that, since that's what your name is. Thank you so much for your lovely production done. And with that, we're going to be passing it away. For tomorrow, we'll have more games. Stay well, stay safe. We're back with you then.